In fact, to help you leave the community, I'll drop it a percentage point.
Right.
Golly.
Wow, I did not know Red Berenson was still alive. Red Berenson is the former Michigan hockey coach.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't, first American to play, or first college guy, I think, to play in the NHL. He's still playing hockey with the Red Wings alumni. He's 85.
I remember Red Berenson. I covered him. It was Michigan against North Dakota for the 97 Natty.
Okay, yeah. We are live, for the record.
I guess he scored 6 goals in a game. I did not know that.
Wow. David, we got another lead story today. I did not see this yesterday. Utah has removed Wasatch from its 3 finalists and replaced it with Outlaws.
Oh, I like that better.
Apparently, according to Joe Schad, there it is. Man, the Utah hockey ownership really listens to its fans. They want Outlaws back on the ballot, and they got it.
Yeah, the Rozier story is interesting because the NBA said they investigated him and cleared him.
Right.
Also, he was with a different team than the one he's with now. Well, I think of the choices, the Outlaws the best. But I'd still go back one final time and call the folks from Yeti and go, hey, come on, man. We got to reach a deal. How does this not benefit you? Yeah, EB, or he just got old.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Happy the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Final day, never mind final Friday of January. Hope the month has gone well for you. Hope the year is off to a good start. Mark, top of the morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing well, David. I'm doing well. I am one day from mission accomplished. I did something I have not done, and I had not talked about it on the air because nobody cares. But anybody who's listened to the show knows that I like to imbibe a little bit.
Well, Mark, the only thing that you can talk about on the air that no one cares about is your fantasy football team.
Right. Well,
Everything else, somebody out there could care about what we're talking about. The only thing that has been proven over our 20 years together that no one cares about is your or my fantasy football team.
Very true. But many people participate and or fail at dry January. And I've never done it because I've never been a quitter.
Wait,
I've always
is
keep
that a
on
thing?
keeping on.
That's a thing? Dry January?
Dry January? Yes, it's a thing.
Well, Mark, I'm an Irish Catholic. No offense. There's no such thing as a dry anything.
I understand, but you really don't partake anymore.
I know, but
you very rarely have a beer. And if you do, it's two. I mean, if you go
Right.
nuts.
No, I don't even go nuts anymore. Right.
Right.
No, yes. In fact, the Catholics are thinking about kicking me out.
There's a good chance. The only thing you've got going for you is you're still gambling.
True. And I still donate at church. So that's true. I still, I do have redeeming value still.
But I've wanted to get in a little better shape and lose some weight. And I'm like, I'm going to give this a shot. And I didn't say anything because everybody's like, doing dry January. And then by January 10th, you're drinking. And I have made it. I have one more day to go.
Right.
And I didn't drink on New Year's Eve, so I really have a grace day. But, I don't know the last time I've gone 30 days without alcohol.
Well,
probably my teens.
I will say, I mean, you look better in your shirts. You look like you've dropped a few pounds.
I have. And I've been working out, and I feel good. And I'm going to get...
Whoa. On top of dry January, you've been working out?
I started working out right before Christmas. My doctor yelled at me. And I'm sitting there and she says, "How's your eating habits?" I go, "They're awful."
Now, first of all, that's not true.
What about working out? I said, "Don't do it at all."
No, okay, but that's not true. All right. How are your eating habits? Your eating habits are spectacular. Okay.
Right.
You eat everything not nailed down. You're fantastic at it. How are my habits? My habits are great.
So she suggested something from a workout standpoint. I took her advice. I've added a few things to it. So I've made a habit of finishing the show and going right to the gym. Been doing it for about 6 weeks.
Wow.
I didn't drink the month of January. I have starved myself to lose weight, which sucks. Absolutely. There's nothing good about dieting. Not one damn thing. All you people, it feels great. No, I want a pizza. I want spaghetti. I want carbohydrates. I desperately want them.
So you're a curmudgeon right now is what you're saying.
A little bit.
When you started the month, you were not. But now you are lead curmudgeon on the show is what you're saying. Oh, man. I don't know if I'd want to be around you tonight. You seem as if you'll be a little shaky. Like
sleep is, it's watch the game, fall asleep. That's really what it is. I fell asleep in the second half when FGC was coming back and woke up and watched, holy crap, they're down 9. Last night I went to bed with the Wings Oilers on and my Wings were down 2 spit, only to wake up and found out they had won.
Right.
So I'm in a great mood this morning. Although I got way too excited for that Football Friday that really doesn't count. It's really, this is, as you said in the text to me, David, this is a lame Football Friday.
It is, because I don't know what they're doing in Orlando, but, I'm not even partaking anymore. I don't watch. I don't pretend to watch. I don't pay attention. I don't care. Listen, when the players are mocking what it is they're doing and who it is that's involved in the festivities in the game, listen, you want to know why it's continuing? It's a TV show.
And people watch.
I guess. I'll be
The
curious if
promo skills thing will do 1 million people.
it'll do more than that.
Right. It'll do more than that. And think about what we've been talking about, whether it's been, regular season NBA, the TGL golf, whatever the hell you want, what sport you want to throw up there. Lakers Warriors did, I think, was it a Mill 7?
That's it?
Yeah.
It
That
didn't
was
do
the highest rated non-Christmas NBA game of the year.
Because I know when they put a game like that on their Saturday night prime time thing, it usually does like low 2s, which is awful for a network prime time.
I'm sorry,
show.
it did 3 million. It did 3 million. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Okay. Yeah. So,
but that is the largest rated NBA game not on Christmas this year. So if the Pro Bowl skills thing is doing $1.5 million, 2 million, you know why it's on TV.
absolutely. Oh no, it's like bowl games. We know why there's so many bowl games. Okay, because for the majority of us that complain about so many bowls, 2 to 3 million people seemingly watch them all, including the New Mexico Bowl. And we don't even know the teams that are in it. But you put that 4-letter word at the end of it. What is this? It's a bowl. Oh, really? What are they playing for? I think Skittles and a trophy. Well, I'm in. It's good. I like Skittles. Sure, let's go. Miller and Moulton. Thankfully, thankfully, we at least got a win in the system last night.
Oh boy.
I mean, I have to admit,
we've told you these problems when, the non-Power 4 teams go on the road. They have had a little better percentage. Memphis won big last night. We kind of thought that was coming.
They covered against Tulane. All right. I mean, we've had a tough week of matchups. We have not liked the system plays, but it's a system, so we've played them. But we had a textbook system win last night. Textbook system win. 18th ranked Illinois going on the road in conference to play unranked home underdog Nebraska. Not only does Nebraska cover, they win outright. Hence why it is, we believe, the best last home court advantage in major sports is college basketball.
And sports. We are talking about the entire sport. Yesterday we brought this up, and a Chiefs fan, well, the Chiefs were 8-0 at home. Who gives a rip? They were 15-2 for crying out loud.
Yeah, the Bills were unbeaten at home too. Okay, they're unbeaten at home because they're better than everybody else. I mean, do you think and I'm serious, I'll ask any Chiefs fan out there, do you think you won the game because it was that Arrowhead? Or do you think you won the game because your quarterback played better than theirs? And your coach made coaching decisions better than theirs? Because I don't think Arrowhead had anything to do with it. Awesome atmosphere. I'd argue the best in the NFL. But I don't think it had anything to do with the game. I mean, it's not like Buffalo missed a kick. Buffalo didn't have a turnover.
No pre-snap penalties.
Right. I mean, I don't think it had anything to do with the game, except it added to the atmosphere of it. And it is the best smelling parking lot in the NFL, without question. And it doesn't matter what side of the parking lot you come in from either. Doesn't matter what direction the wind is going. And it often swirls, so it'll get to you eventually. It's a great smelling parking lot.
Making me want to make a brisket here.
It's amazing. It really is. They're very good at what they do. They get there very early. They spend a very long time. All right. It's also arguably the most footballs that I see thrown in the parking lot.
Oh,
is that Arrowhead? Yeah. In fact, it's the most games. It's the most food and the most games that I think I see on a regular basis is at a Chiefs game.
Wow. Even more so than, I mean, I know you're just doing Sundays, more so than Saturday trips, or does it have?
Oh, no.
More of a Saturday feel than most NFL stadiums.
Yes. Yes, but no. You never compare Sunday to Saturday.
I understand.
Yeah.
Because you've
No,
always
no.
got the, kids throwing the ball, and it's a lot more family atmosphere on a Saturday than a Sunday.
Yes.
But you would say Arrowhead has a Saturday feel to it.
The closest to Lambeau, Arrowhead. All right. Believe it or not, even though they're located downtown in a major city, in terms of the party, Seattle's cool. It is. All right. But yeah, definitely top 3 for me would be those 3. But it is a football Friday. Do you think, Mark, when we go to 18 games, and we're going to go to 18 games, we are. Goodell wants it. The league wants it. The players will get more money for it. At the end of the day, the players cave for everything the league wants. Why? Because the league just throws more money on the pile. And so the players are like, well, the careers are short. I mean, does it matter how many games we play in a year? We only get about 3 of them anyway. I mean, change the criteria for a pension, right? Do what you got to do. Make it work for you. But Mark, when we go to 18 games, what's the alteration to the NFL schedule? Push it all back a week and still have 2 weeks in between the conference championship games and the Super Bowl? Okay, or keep it this weekend, and it means we're going to eliminate the week off.
I'd eliminate the week off because you're going to add a second bye when you go to 18 weeks.
So you're still starting after Labor Day because the league doesn't want to start before Labor Day because attendance is down and ratings are down. And you're going to add an extra bye and an extra game, but you're going to take away the week off in between conference championship games and the Super Bowl.
That's what I would do. That would be my suggestion.
So that still adds a week, though, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay.
It would add 1 week to the season, absolutely.
So we'd end President's Day weekend.
There you go.
Which means that the day after the Super Bowl would be a national holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what we all want. Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bobby Reagan's going to join us in about an hour and 15 minutes. One of our college basketball favorites. He's a big Kentucky guy. I can't wait to ask him this question. So how you greeting Cal tomorrow night at Rupp?
I think he's going to cheer him based on his post yesterday. And it's so funny because we've told you this for years, whether you believe us or not. David and I don't speak when the show's over. We don't. Hardly ever. Yesterday, there was a group text that had nothing to do with the show.
No.
Everybody participated very little, just a couple of quick hits,
Right.
and we were out. That was our communication. It had nothing to do with how's your afternoon? What do you want to book on the show?
No.
What do you got for an idea of a poll question? None of that.
No, nothing.
And yesterday, as I was doing my thing, I watched Patino's, Patino's plea
Yeah.
to the Big Blue Nation
Right.
to not boo John Cal, to cheer him, to give him the respect he deserves. And he says, John Cal and I aren't friends.
Right. Right.
But-
We're not friends anymore.
Right. But I saw, and then when you did that, I'd seen a couple of posts from Bobby, and I'm like, we should get Bobby on the show. I almost sent you a text to say, we need to get on the show is Bobby Reagan. And then I'll be damned. I look at my guest list this morning at about 5 a.m. and there's Reags.
I saw a very funny post, though, early this morning. Maybe somebody sent it late yesterday, but it came across, my phone early this morning, in which it said, I'd be inclined to give him an ovation, but I haven't had the chance to boo him since losing to Oakland in the tournament. So I'd really like to get that out of my system.
I get it. But as Rick Pitino said, you wanted him out. And instead of having to buy him out, he left.
Right. He saved you guys
millions of dollars.
Tens of millions of dollars. He said, I get the hint. You don't want me anymore. I'll leave quietly. I'll go to Woo Pig Suey instead. Although it's a great basketball school. They love their hoop. They have a history there.
Too bad they're not good.
Nah, not yet. Yes. Although I saw a projection yesterday that the SEC would get 13 bids. That doesn't leave a whole lot of teams on the outside looking in, Mark. That leaves like
12 at-large bids, right?
Yes, is what
one
that would be.
12 at-large. Wow.
Right. Yeah, I know. Now, I think that's a little crazy, but they do have 10 ranked teams right now. And you'd have to think that all of them would get a bid. But correct me if I'm wrong. They've got 16 in that conference, right? All right. And I saw a projection yesterday that had them getting 13, which I believe means you're talking South Carolina, Arkansas, and LSU. They're the only ones that wouldn't get bids, right?
That's correct. I think that's crazy.
I do too. I think that's a little excessive. But we'll start there.
We've got a month to play this sucker out.
But Arkansas at Kentucky tomorrow night at Rupp. So John Cal returns home. What kind of greeting does he get? What would you do as a fan?
I would have applauded him. He brought them a natty.
Yeah, 15 years, right? 15, 16 years. He took Memphis to the 08 championship game, and didn't he leave right after it? So it was 09 through 24. I mean, that's 16 seasons. Took you to what, 2-3 Final Fours? Won you a natty? Should they have won more in the tournament? Yeah, you could argue that. Yeah, you could. Was his first half much better than his second half? Absolutely. No doubt about it. But, I mean, come on now. I mean, what are you going to treat him like he was a failure?
But, David, if Urban came back to Gainesville.
Well, don't get me started on that. How about
it's
this?
the easy
No.
transition to get you fired up. And
Come
I
on
like
now.
you fired up.
No, seriously, Gator fan, how do you feel that Urban Meyer is going in the College Football Hall of Fame before you'll put him in the Ring of Honor? What the hell is wrong with you? And I'm serious. What is wrong with you? Yeah, he left awkwardly, clumsily. Yes.
Very rarely do you get to leave when it's a great situation.
Yeah, he's an awkward, clumsy guy. He is. He's a legendary coach. You won 3 natties. He won you 2 of them. What's Florida football been in the last 22 years, if not for the Urban Meyer era? I mean, seriously, it's embarrassing how you've behaved towards Urban Meyer. It really is. You could be.
And David, they put him in the Ring of Honor. It would be awkward because their fans might boo him while he's getting put in.
I'm serious. I don't get it. I'm sorry. Yeah, he left. You didn't want him to leave. Yeah, it was awkward. Okay? I mean, he was a hired gun. I mean, did you really think Urban Meyer was never Steve Spurrier? Steve was one of yours. He played for you. That was his dream job. Urban had one of 2 dream jobs, Notre Dame or Ohio State. One of those dream jobs came calling, which, by the way, when Urban walked away, think about it, when he walked away in 2010, did anybody think Jim Tressel was 1 season away from resigning? Hell no. Brian Kelly had just taken the Notre Dame job. He had just finished his first year at Notre Dame, and Jim Tressel was a legend at Ohio State and had it percolate. Urban wasn't, I'm telling you, Urban wasn't coaching for a while. And then the Ohio State job opened up, and he turned and looked at his wife and said, well, it's either now or never. Because this thing doesn't open up all the time. And it's not like whoever comes in isn't going to win, because it's Ohio State. They're going to get players. They're going to win. It's just a matter to what degree.
Is Urban the most despised coach in college football history? I know it was the Notre Dame and Penn State fan bases, but he got elected into that Orange Bowl Hall of Fame. David, there wasn't one person that clapped in the entire stadium.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. He was at the national championship game and got a rousing ovation. So, I mean, there's one fan base that likes him a lot.
One.
I know. It's just and I think the Utah fan base is appreciative.
You're probably right.
But it's amazing how the Florida fan base, I mean, Ron Zook is treated better than Urban Meyer. Don't laugh. Ron Zook doesn't get booed. People like Ron. Ron Zook's a likable guy. I've seen him at Gator functions. People are great to Zook. They accept him for who he is. Why don't you accept Urban for who he is? He was a hired gun. He was. He chose you over Notre Dame.
And he delivered.
In a big way.
With the best football Florida's ever played.
And yes, then he left. And he left awkwardly. And he didn't leave the program in the best of shape. I get it. Wasn't awful, by the way. A year later, Will Muschamp had the Gators in the top 5 with a lot of Urban's recruits. But, I mean, come on. Are you serious? You finished top 2 in the country 3 times in 6 seasons with Urban Meyer as head coach. You went 5-1 against Georgia, 6-0 against Tennessee. I mean, seriously, are you kidding? And you guys treat Billy Napier right now better than Urban Meyer because Napier pulled off a 7-5 season and a bowl win. Seriously, get over yourselves. You should be throwing yourself at his feet.
Well, and that's the thing. It's the get over yourselves part because they're still bitter over the way he left and they don't look at what he did. And that's the part that's embarrassing to me. But we will talk some college hoop today. Bobby Reagan will join the show from Barstool Sports and Pat Kirwan from Mobile, Alabama to talk what's going on at the Senior Bowl. The starting five is next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that quite frankly saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did he have his entire kidney removed?
No,
I
just
thought
had
he
the
just had,
tumor removed.
right. I thought he just had the cancer removed.
Yep, that's how I read it, at least, David.
Well, he didn't leave Florida directly to Ohio State. I mean, he did walk away from coaching. But if he had stayed one more year, he would have left Florida to go to Ohio State. I mean, sorry.
So my wife was just at this veterinarians convention. They have a speaker every year, pretty, famous
Sure.
speaker. A couple of years ago, it was Kevin Bacon.
Okay.
This year, it was supposed to be Patrick Dempsey. His house burnt down in the fire, so they had to get a replacement. They got Kevin Costner.
That's pretty good.
That's a pretty good I mean, like,
Yeah, that's pretty
Patrick
good.
Dempsey can't hold Kevin Costner's jock in the act.
Correct. I mean, I don't know how many of those she's gone to, but I'd like to know if she thinks they've gotten a better guest than that.
She's only been to 2 in Orlando, but that's the best.
Kevin Bacon doesn't carry Kevin Costner's.
But both Kevin Bacon and Kevin Costner had one thing in common. They told all the veterinarians about the animals they had to put down.
Ah. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us on this Football Friday.
Football Friday?
I'm with you, Ron Burgundy. I'm with you. I'm not sure what to tell the people of San Diego this morning either. I am with you. Bobby Reagan, Pat Kirwan coming up right now. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Hate to start off with this. 14 of the 67 victims of the commercial airliner and military helicopter collision crash in Washington, D.C. Wednesday night had ties to the U.S. figure skating community, whether they were skaters, whether they were coaches, or whether they were parents of the skaters. Only bit of, don't even want to say good news, but the only shining light that I've seen in this, remember the Russian coaches, the pair who won the world championships in 94. They've been living in the U.S. since 98. They have a son who's a really good figure skater. He was not on the plane.
Okay.
He went home from Kansas earlier in the week. So now he has to go on without his parents, but he was also feared originally to be amongst the victims. Awkwardly, we transition to the fun and games. NFL practice for Super Bowl 59 underway for both teams. Chiefs now down to a 1.5 point favorite for what that's worth. NFL pounding their chest. Lowest number of concussions in recent memory. 182 official concussions. I will say an NFL regular season is 272 games. You throw in the playoffs, that's 285 games. So the NFL is reporting officially far less than a concussion per game. If that's the case, can we go back to the regular kickoff?
I see what you did there.
No, just asking for a friend. Speaking of kicking and kickoffs, Ravens kicker Justin Tucker accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists between 2012 and 2016 in a story in yesterday's Baltimore Banner. Tucker released a lengthy response denying everything emphatically. Once again, kind of like the Todd Golden situation in Florida, Mark, there doesn't seem to be a lot of middle ground here. To me, it's real easy. The article in the paper alleges that 2 places in Baltimore have banned him from ever coming back. Don't you just go to those 2 places and ask, is this true? I mean, right there. Isn't that where you start with this?
Certainly seems like a starting point, David.
But both the Ravens and the NFL were like, yeah, we didn't know anything about this till like the reporter called us and asked us for a comment. So, we're going to follow the situation closely. Okay. NFL, I mean, the NFL did suspend Deshaun Watson, 11 games? So, I mean, I guess, doesn't the NFL have to look into this? And
yes, they do.
And if they feel there's any merit to the Baltimore Banner story, he'll get suspended, right? I mean, right? If he's not suspended, isn't the NFL saying the story's crap? And if he's suspended even for a game, isn't the NFL saying, oh, there was something there?
Absolutely. And there will be a lot of eyes on this for a lot of reasons.
The Jags hired a new defensive coordinator. I may mispronounce his last name because I'm guessing at the pronunciation. He comes from Green Bay, where he was their linebackers coach and defensive running game coordinator. Anthony, now see, depends on how Italian do you think he is? Okay. Do you think it's Campanile or Campanile?
I'd go Neely.
I would as well. Okay. So I'm going to go Anthony Campanile, young guy, as first time at the NFL level, he being a coordinator. He was a high school coach for 5 years in Jersey. Not that long ago, by the way, like 10 years ago.
He was also a Dolphins linebackers coach, for those of you Dolphin fans out there.
Under Flores. Right. Remember Brian Flores as coach of the Dolphins? I digress. College basketball, our system went 1-1 last night. We had Nebraska in the points at home against Illinois. Hell, they beat Illinois in overtime, 80-74. But we had Tulane at home with the points against Memphis, and we were only getting 6.5, and they lost by 12, 68-56. One other game involving a ranked team, that Big Ten battle. UCLA took care of Oregon, 78-52. It does go back to what Mick Cronin said a week ago, though, when he said, yeah, we can only beat the teams we're familiar with playing. Otherwise, the rest of the Big Ten is way too physical for us. Once again, who'd they just beat? Oregon.
Yep.
USC, Oregon, Washington, they're doing really well. At least UCLA is against them. Ohio State beat Penn State on the road by 19. Doug Gottlieb's lost 18 in a row. I am just fascinated by this story. 18 in a row. Green Bay tied at the half, lost at Oakland 68-54. They are 2-21.
Maybe, because Dion does a weekly show. A lot of these guys do weekly shows. Maybe Doug should just worry about maybe he should just move his show to Saturdays only or Sundays only. Just do a once a week radio show.
So that should be the punishment, not fired from his coaching gig, just scaling back on his national radio show gig. Gotcha. I mean, if you're Fox, don't you pull him aside and go, Doug, if you lose any more in a row, I think you lose credibility to comment on other sports, don't you? I mean, you sure you don't want to take a leave of absence?
Well, you certainly aren't really going to be able to comment on college basketball. What do you know about it? You can't win at Green Bay.
FIU lost on the men's side at Jacksonville State by 4. Women's basketball, there were actually some very good games last night involving ranked teams, but since Caitlin Clark doesn't play on any of them, I know none of you are interested. But 7th-ranked LSU beat 12th-ranked Oklahoma 107-100. Tell me that wasn't an entertaining 2 hours. Is there any way for 107, 100 to not be entertaining?
In 40 minutes.
Right. Thank you, there, NBA commissioner. Gators lost at home to 23rd ranked Vandy. Florida State's back in the rankings. And the 25th ranked Knowles went to BC and won by 24. FGCU, Stetson, Miami, FIU, FAMU, all winners in women's hoops. North Florida, JU, Bethune lost last night. NBA. Mark, do you remember when the Magic were like, I don't know, 15-7 to start the year? Do you remember that?
I do. Then they lost Paulo and lost a few games and then actually got it back with their players out. Played some pretty solid basketball.
Yeah, that seems like a long time ago.
I know. I'm just pointing that out.
Right.
I have paid attention to the Magic this year.
They went to Portland and lost by 29 last night.
Yes, they did.
And they can't score. They're struggling to score 90, never mind 100, when the whole league's scoring 115. Portland beat them 119-90. The Magic are below 500. You know, the Magic may want to think about a major trade. The Magic may want to think about De'Aaron Fox. Just throwing that out there. The Lakers, they beat Washington, and Washington so badly LeBron didn't play the fourth quarter. And at that point, he already had 24 points and 13 assists. Lakers beat the Wizards by 38. Cleveland improved to 39-9. They beat the Hawks by 22. Minnesota won in Utah by 25. Thank goodness Memphis and Houston decided to actually play a decent game last night. Memphis, with 2 late free throws, beat Houston 120-119. Those two teams separated by a half a game for the second best record in the West. Terry Rozier plays for the Heat. 2 years ago, he played for Charlotte. He's being investigated by the feds for betting patterns 2 years ago in the same story, if you will, that took down that young player with Toronto, who's now banned for life. The NBA investigated Rozier 2 years ago and cleared him. The feds may be not doing the same. This bears watching. Oh, by the way, the NBA filled out their all-star teams yesterday. Wembayama and Tyler Hero among the reserves. Cavs have 3 all-stars. Celtics, Knicks, Lakers, OKC all have 2. NHL, much needed win for the Lightning. Kings have come to Florida, haven't scored yet. 3-0 Tampa Bay. So Ovechkin scored. He's 19 away from passing Gretzky. Caps get a point in a 5-4 loss to Ottawa. Something happened last night in Ottawa. I challenge anybody who's a hockey fan to tell me that you've heard of this before, never mind witnessed it. The Senators got not 1 but 2 penalty shots in the game when they were shorthanded both times. I've never heard of such a thing.
David, I said it to you before the show. I don't recall, and maybe it happened in one of the 1,000 plus games that I did as a hockey broadcaster. I don't ever recall seeing 2 penalty shots in the same game.
Never mind them both going to the same team while that team was shorthanded. Ottawa scored on one of them, for the record. 5-4 Senators in overtime. Your Wings, Mark, after trailing 2-0, came back despite being thoroughly outplayed and beat Edmonton 3-2 in a shootout. Carolina may be the best team in the East. They're 6-0-1 in their last 7. They beat Chicago 3-2. The Columbus Blue Jackets would make the playoffs if the season ended today. I'm all for it, by the way.
Oh, would that be fantastic? With the passing of Johnny Gaudreau, it would be great for that team, for their
all
fan
for
base.
it.
I'm with you.
Even if my Rangers have to stay, I'm all for it. Columbus over Vegas 2-1 in overtime. Do you know if the playoffs started today, the Bruins would be out? So the Rangers and the Bruins would both be out. Boy, the
NHL would be pleased with that.
Yeah, Ottawa and Columbus as your as wild cards, and the Bruins and the Rangers home. Yeah, 6-2 Winnipeg over Boston. Don't look now. The Islanders have won 6 in a row, and they've gotten healthy. They're 4 points out of a playoff spot. They shut out Philly 3-0. Golf, Russell Henley shot 8 under. He's got a 1-shot lead over 6 golfers at the AT&T Pro-Am. Victor Hovland, one of the 6. Rory and JT, 2 back. Scheffler's first round was 5 under.
Two, not one, but two aces yesterday.
Rory with one.
Rory had one. Shane Lowry had one on the 7th at Pebble. Two
And
holes in one yesterday.
Rory's was on the 15th at Spyglass. By the way, he dunked it.
Yep.
That's really difficult to do.
Yes, it is.
To never touch grass. Boom. This is one of those, select fields. There's only 80 golfers in it. 80. Do they even have a cut when it's 80 golfers?
I can't imagine that they do.
So, in other words, it's an LIV event.
Right.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. LPGA season got underway yesterday. Tournament of Champions. Alim Kim, 7 under, has a 4-shot lead. Nelly Korda shot 1 under. And at 9 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a couple hole-in-ones you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
One other thing that you don't need to know that I'm going to give you that I am stunned that one David Moulton left out. He did tell you that Vanderbilt beat Florida in women's basketball.
Yes.
99-86. What he did not tell you is that Michaela Banks for Vanderbilt set an NCAA freshman record, scoring 53 points in the win for Vanderbilt last night.
Holy mackerel. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Broke the previous freshman record of 51 set by Juju Watkins last year.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
If you're in her company. Huh. All right.
I just thought that was significant.
Yeah. Could you imagine you went to that game? I'm guessing there were like 864 people there. And you're sitting there and you're like, she seems like she's got a lot of points. Anybody know how many? Wow. That's impressive. Miller and Moulton. Bobby Reagan in 45 minutes to talk college basketball. How many of you have watched the game yet? Come on, be honest. You're driving your kids to school right now. You're going into work. You can just put your arm up. It doesn't have to be all the way up. You don't have to embarrass yourself. Just, a little stop sign.
And I would challenge you even one step further. How many of you have watched a game that hasn't included your team?
Huh?
We all watch our team. But have you jumped out and watched, if you're a Big Ten guy, watched a little Kentucky? Watch some of the good SEC basketball that's being played.
Speaking of Kentucky, John Cal returns to Rupp Arena tomorrow night. Pat Kirwan in an hour, Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So EB is not watching till March. All right. You know, tomorrow's February, EB. You can start early. Johnny Mac, if you're watching the ACC, you are not seeing a lot of good basketball this year. Gotcha, Johnny Mac. I understand.
We need a poll question.
We do. All right, Ray Johns. I gotcha. So you've become a Zags fan. Good for you, Ambient. It's National Hot Chocolate Day, National Fun at Work Day, National Backwards Day, National Bigwig Day. What the hell does that mean? Do you put marshmallows in your hot chocolate? It's National Hot Chocolate Day.
I cannot tell you the last time I've had hot chocolate.
Right. Well,
Since I live somewhere where, you know, it was cold enough to want hot chocolate.
it's a good point. How about that? How about that? It's National Hot Chocolate Day. When's the last time you had hot chocolate?
Think we can do better?
Okay.
I'm not saying no. I think
that's fine.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Friday of January because, well, it's the final day of January. But, Mark, it is, or is it a football Friday?
Football Friday. I don't have it today. I'll let it rip for our last Football Friday, which is next Friday.
Okay, it sounds good. Miller and Moulton.
But I don't think of this as a Football Friday.
Bobby Reagan coming up in 35 minutes and Pat Kirwan in an hour. He'll join us live from Mobile, the Senior Bowl. So we don't have a poll question yet. Here's my idea. Tomorrow's February, but tomorrow also is the first weekend since mid-August without football. Sorry, the Pro Bowl doesn't count. Sorry, I'll win that one. You want to go before the jury and argue that the Pro Bowl on Sunday counts as football? Okay, I think I'm going to win that one. I'll argue this is our first weekend without football since mid-August.
And I'm not questioning your judgment here at all, David.
I mean, just think, by the way, this is our first weekend without football. Do you remember when Florida State was preseason top 10 going to Ireland to play Georgia Tech in week 0 and Nick Saban was making his game day debut? That's when the football season started. How long ago does that feel?
It does feel like longer than months ago. It seems like it's years ago, David.
Remember when Nick Saban went to 2 Florida State practices and went on the air and said they're a good football team? I do. Anybody? Bueller? Hello? All right. So this is our first weekend since then without football. What are you going to watch this weekend? Basketball, hockey, golf, no sports. How about that as our choices?
I like that because you can just leave it basketball, any type of basketball.
Correct.
College, NBA,
Right.
watching hoop.
Right. And by our audience, we assume that, of all the people that are going to vote basketball, 4 are going to watch the NBA and all the rest are going to watch college. So that's my recommendation for our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. First weekend without football since mid-August. What are you watching this weekend? Because there's no baseball. There's no tennis, right? I mean, come on. There's nothing of note. So, I mean, last weekend, the whole Australian Open thing. So, I mean, we got basketball, hockey, golf.
And
That's
they're
it.
at Pebble. It's pretty. It's an elevated event, so the good players are playing.
Right. Hockey, we're getting to the point where like 5 weeks away from the trade deadline. We've already had some deals.
I'm looking forward to the All-Star break in the NHL. I might be the only one, but this 4 Nations Cup thing intrigues me, David.
Why? I was
Because
thinking
once
about that.
someone hits someone, everything changes. And David, the U.S. team has guys who play to hit people. That's their style. The Tchucks don't soften up for anything. Their style is to go forecheck and hit you. And once someone lays someone out, it could be game on.
So this doesn't feel like a made-for-TV event
Well,
to
yes.
you? Well, no. We all know most of what sports is made for television. But then there's, when it's truly made for TV event. Like this doesn't feel like the New Mexico Bowl to you because it does to me. And Mark, I listen to NHL radio on Sirius. I mean, I'm a goober. I listened yesterday.
If you are having a similar problem to David, text Miller to 21,000 and then text I need help. I'll work with you. I'll find something for you, whether it's a podcast, an old Led Zeppelin cassette that we'll throw in somewhere, or
Right.
just silent time. You too can walk away from NHL radio. Text, I need help to 21,000.
We could go. I mean, I could be very selfish and make this just a me poll question and go, which is a bigger cry for help from David? Okay, Hot Stove League MLB Network radio talk during the season, NHL radio talk.
The problem is at the Hot Stove League, they're not signing anybody.
No, they turned the damn stove off. They had it on for a month, and now they've turned it off again. Could you turn it back on, please? Could you make it a lukewarm stove, a heating up stove, a simmering stove, something, please? Golly, I keep turning it on. I want to know if Alonso's still going to be a Met.
And David, back to the Four Nations thing. Look, we all know that a Four Nations hockey tournament without Russia is a part sham.
Yeah,
And
and
what's going on in the world, we knew they weren't going to include Russia.
which is, what in the hell does the Russian hockey players have to do with what's going on in the Ukraine? Okay, why would the NHL mix their sports and politics? Seriously. I know, seriously, why would you do that? Okay, Ovechkin's drinking buddies with Putin. Whatever. I mean, I don't think Putin's conferring on him with foreign policy. I mean, why are we, seriously, what are we doing? There was a time when we were all for this. Okay, listen, when Carter kept us out of the 80 Summer Olympics, okay, this nation did not wildly protest. And then Russia returned the favor, and the Eastern Bloc countries did in 84 in our Summer Olympics. Not that you could protest where they were, but I mean, that was kind of accepted. You took stands like that. I feel as if we've decided we don't want the two. Maybe that's our bias on this show because we don't mix sports and politics. We try desperately not to. But you and I love the NHL. I love the NHL. I think this decision is BS. Why are you, first off, if you're really against it, kick the players out of your league. You kicking them out of your league? Then what the hell are you doing kicking them out of this tournament? Which, by the way, is made up of players from, wait for it, your league. I mean, come on. Tell me this isn't hypocritical at best.
At best, David. At best. But they've made the decision to do this, so that takes away from this tournament slightly. At the same time, in the hockey world, there is great animosity between the United States and our friends to the north in hockey circles.
Well, the funny thing is the animosity comes from our very nice behaved friends from the north. I don't think the U.S. cares. We just care about ourselves. That's part of our charm.
No, but we've been beating Canada in World Juniors. So I'm talking, there's a hockey rivalry between the United States and Canada right now. There's no denying that, David.
There is. And there is not that anybody cares, but there's a great hockey rivalry between Finland and Sweden.
And again, if they decide to have physical contact, and I think the U.S. will, how will because they're not going to let the U.S. just run over them. They'll respond. And if that happens, we could get some really good hockey.
Uh-huh.
You know what this might bring us, David? A sport like baseball, looking at this going,
ooh,
a week-long tournament for the All-Star game, which nobody cares about anymore.
Ooh, now I like your way of thinking.
Now I bring your baseball into this, and you're on board.
Now I'm going to watch every game. I hope Nielsen registers me. Yes, absolutely. Now you're on to something. If all of a sudden there's viewership and interest for this, and this could lead to the World Baseball Classic happening in July instead of March, oh, I'm in. Okay, now you got me. Now you got me.
Because baseball, while they've been forward thinking on a lot of different ideas, baseball's paying attention to every other sport, trying to look for what works. Everything not named football is looking at the other sports, trying to figure out what they can do to increase viewership. So I'm all for a made-for-TV event. I could be the only one, but the Four Nations tournament intrigues me. Besides, seeing Connor McDavid perhaps playing the same line with Sidney Crosby. Come on. You're not interested?
You mean like when Lemieux and Gretzky were on the same line?
Right.
With Howard Chuck, by the way. That was the line. They put that together late when it was 5-5. It was Gretzky, Lemieux, and Howard Chuck. No wonder we scored. And by we, I mean Canada. Here's my question, quick sidebar. And I don't know if any of you are interested in this. This could be just a Miller and Moulton and NHL radio conversation. When we allow the Russians back in, who are we kicking out?
Well, I think they could still do it with 5. Just a round-robin tournament. 2 best teams go to the final.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, because the Finns and the Swedes don't want to play together, you know.
No.
I mean, they ain't going to merge.
It's funny you say, though. I thought the same thing. When they let the Russians back in, how are we going to do this sucker?
Right. I mean, does 4 become 5 or does 4 become 3? We just say to the Finns, hey, we just used you. Okay, just enjoy your time off. All right, you got me.
This weekend, hockey, basketball, or golf? That will be our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. And if you're going to watch all 3, don't text me I'm watching all. Which one are you the most interested in? I guess I'll put it that way in the poll question. What sport this weekend are you the most interested in? Golf, hockey, basketball, or nothing?
There you go. None of the above. Make sure that's in there because, we've got a healthy percentage of, I only care about football.
We do.
When are you guys going to go back to talking about football?
8:00 with Pat Kirwan from the Senior Bowl.
What do you know about this?
About defensive linemen. That should get you excited.
What do you know about this new defensive coordinator of the Jags? Is he any good?
We don't even know how he pronounces his name. Right. We're guessing at this point.
Right. I'm already biased against him. He was a coach at Don Bosco Prep. Okay. For those of us who grew up in Jersey, we hated Don Bosco Prep if we went to a public school.
That was the evil empire in Jersey, wasn't it?
We were number 2 in the state my senior year of football. And you know who was number 1? Don Bosco Prep. You know who we challenged to a game and wouldn't play us? Don Bosco Prep.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Or was it ambient? Who was it who went Ukraine? Come on. What are you doing? Ah. And RCB, who would have thought 2 weeks ago that that would be a key game?
Ten teams within 7 points of each other for the final playoff spot in the East.
Spot or 2 spots?
Spot. 2 spots. 2 spots. Sorry. Nine teams. My bad. I miscounted. Not the Sabres, though. I do think Boston can. I think they're I still think they're the team to beat in the East.
In the whole East? Or
This
just for the
this guy asked about the Bruins. Can Jason Tatum make it back to the finals? Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you
I know, David. You were looking down. I was talking to the Twitch chat. That's actually a YouTube chatter.
Well, no, you confused me. You were talking hockey, and then
I
you
know,
said
but then
Boston.
I answered a question.
Gotcha. Oh, of course, Boston's the team to beat. Neither the Knicks or the Cavs have proven they can get to a conference final yet. So I will say this, though. Right now, it looks like Knicks Celtics in the second round. That would be entertaining. I'll take the Celtics to win, but that could go the distance.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, have you been following in the last 36 hours the baseball story coming out of Orlando?
A little.
So, he was a longtime friend of the show, Pat Williams.
Right.
Helped, get the Magic established in Orlando. Supported numerous charitable causes. Wrote about 80 books, 10 of them on John Wooden alone, and was on the show often. And the last few times he was on the show, he was pitching the Orlando Dreamers, a Major League Baseball team in Orlando. And one of the things we would say to him is, Pat, we love you. We don't think it's working in Miami or Tampa. How do we know baseball will work in the state of Florida anywhere? But Pat, could sell ice to the Eskimos. So Pat would, give us his pitch. And we're respectful. Because, well, if Pat has a dream, many of them came true. So, okay. Well, Barry Larkin has stepped forward and said, I'm going to finish Pat Williams' dream. And we're going to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando. And, he says, listen, we got money's not a problem. I got $500 million already committed. We're not even asking for any public money yet. If we ask for it at all right, money's not the issue. You want minority ownership, we got that. You got, what is it you want? We got it. We can do this. Mark, the question I have is, and I don't know if what you've read or watched or heard on this, are they talking about an expansion team or are they talking about the Rays?
I believe they're talking about the Rays.
Yeah, I do too. Which I have to admit, I find the timing interesting.
Very interesting, because Stu Sternberg talked really for the first time in months on Monday.
Right. And then Barry Larkin and the would-be Orlando Dreamers hold a press event on Wednesday.
Right.
Coincidence?
I don't think so.
So Orlando's trying to steal Tampa Bay's team?
And how are they trying to steal it? Are they trying to buy it from Sternberg?
Or are they just going to build them a ballpark and say, ta-da, you can move here? I mean, listen, how can Orlando make him a better offer than St. Pete? I mean, seriously. I mean, he can make serious money. First off, there's the possibility he could move the team to Orlando and still get the land in St. Pete. That they'd have to fight it out in court about.
And boy, would St. Pete fight that.
Oh, you're damn right they would. I mean,
But David's not wrong.
No,
I mean,
St. Pete's on the record as saying, Stu, you got to the end of March, okay? And either you're all in.
said he's not going to wait even that long. He'll have an answer before March 31st.
Right. He's almost indicated. I mean, he gave the indication that I'll let you know before we start playing spring training games. Now, I don't know if he's going to move that fast, but that was kind of the indication he gave. And St. Pete has said to him, listen, you're either all in or you're all out. And you can't move this team and think you're getting the land. No. That was contingent on the stadium being built and you playing in it. So that's the part. I mean, I'm all for this Orlando thing. Sure, what the hell? Go for it. I mean, Nashville's getting teams, so I don't know how you're going to get one. I mean, the thought was we're going to do one in the eastern part of the country, one in the western part of the country. But then again, Mark, the NBA may be expanding to where? Seattle and Vegas, and just moving teams from the West East. The New Orleans or Memphis or Minnesota may just move to the Eastern Conference.
David, let's just say that Barry Larkin and Williams' former group, the Dreamers here, have all their you-know-what together.
Right.
Your baseball. You're deciding on cities for an expansion team. Let's just say the Tampa movement's not a possibility. So the Orlando Dreamers' only chance is for an expansion franchise.
Right.
Would you give Florida a third team? Because I wouldn't.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't even be up for consideration given how badly the attendance has been for the two Florida teams that have been here. Not in a million years. I think this is a terrible idea. Hey, let's put a baseball stadium on I-Drive next to SeaWorld because there's no traffic in that area, and this should be an easy ballpark to get in and out of. I love Pat Williams. He was great to us, David. He was a really good man. He did so many great things. This was not one of them. I never thought it was a good idea when we had him on. I don't think it's a good idea today. I don't think Orlando is a proper city to put a Major League Baseball team in. I don't.
Don't you think it's just like Vegas? Only not as hot? A different kind of hot? People, a ton of visitors. But, I mean, now Orlando's a lot bigger than Vegas. Orlando has a much bigger residency full-time than Vegas. But, I mean, isn't Orlando basically Vegas East, Vegas South? I mean, aren't you trying to get people that when they come to Orlando to also, check out a baseball game while they're in town?
David, that may be the case, but I'm curious, and I don't know if ever is the answer. When's the last time you were at an Orlando theme park?
It's been a while. My kid's 27.
Right. Do you people watch? I think you do.
My wife does.
I do. When you walk around those theme parks, does it look like a sports fan to you?
Actually,
do you think the 38-year-old guy that's wearing freaking Mickey Mouse ears is going to the Orlando Dreamers baseball game? Why is it we think that people go on vacation to go to sporting events when they're going to a damn theme park? This is asinine.
Mark, now, in my head, I have that 38-year-old guy with Mickey's ears on desperately wanting to be at the ballpark and is stuck at the amusement park. I actually think at 3 p.m, I can convince him to go to the ballpark.
No, you can't. You don't know Disney guy. You're acting like this is a normal human being. When you have jumped to the fence to be Disney guy.
Oh, hold on.
World.
No. My Disney guy is a guy who's been dragged to Disney and is dreading every minute of it. You're talking about our buddy on the college channel, Chris Childers, who loves Disney, has been like 12 times. That's, I think, the Disney guy you envision.
That's Disney guy.
No, Disney guy is the dad who's paying.
That's not Disney guy. That's the guy that's paying for it. And that's not what those theme parks are made up. They're made up of families that get annual passes that live to go see that damn mouse. Sing It's a Small World and have breakfast with Cinderella, for crying out loud. They're not waiting to see who comes up in the 3-hole with 2 runners on.
Well, the beers are less expensive at the ball game.
Not by much.
Wow. You're really throwing cold water on this idea, aren't you?
I am.
Now the whole rest of the show, I'm going to try to figure out who's Disney guy. Bobby Reagan is next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It didn't strike a nerve, Empire. I'm just sick and tired of people thinking that because a place is a vacation destination, that it's a sports destination. I lived in that world. It's just not the case. We're good. That Disney thing just had me blow through that whole break by about 10 seconds there.
It's okay. I just looked and saw it was 7:31. I go, well, I know that means we got to go to break.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
He's a self-proclaimed college basketball guy, and he does it for Barstool. He's Bobby Reagan. You can follow him on X at Barstool Reags, Barstool Reags. Bobby, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How you been?
Good. How about you guys?
Well, we're doing well. We had a little discussion earlier about John Cal returning to Rupp, which led us into an Urban Meyer and how he's been treated by the Gator faithful since he left there discussion as well, which we can get back to. But all right, you're a Kentucky guy. You're in the crowd tomorrow night. What are you doing?
Oh, booing. Listen, I don't understand how this is such a debate. Like, John Calipari, it's forget. First off, there's leftover booze to be had from losing to Oakland. He never saw the Kentucky fans after he lost to Oakland last year. So first off, we got to boo for that. Second of all, he's an opposing coach who left. And again, like, Kentucky is in a better state right now than they would have been if John Calipari was still head coach. But he left for a rival. It's not like he took the UCLA job. He took Arkansas and Kentucky was the SEC rivalry until Florida became good in the mid-2000s, and then they took over for Arkansas. So this isn't UCLA. This isn't, one of those jobs that, hey, out of sight, out of mind. He's in conference, actively trying to beat you, actively trying to recruit guys over Kentucky. Why are you cheering for a coach that's trying to beat you? Like, you're going to hoist them on your shoulders if they win?
No, but a 15-foot par putt type of clap for a guy that won you a natty, I think, is deserved, Bobby.
He gets his day, just like Rick Pitino. No one made a big deal about Kentucky fans booing the ever-living you-know-what out of Rick Pitino when he came back with Louisville for the first time, and he had to stop in between. He went to the Celtics. But all of a sudden, John Calipari will get his standing ovation and the praise that he deserves when he retires. So tomorrow is just not the date for that.
He saved you guys like $35 million. I mean, I thought you'd applaud him just for that. I mean, didn't he do you a favor by leaving?
Right. I did see that argument that if it was at Arkansas, Kentucky fans would infiltrate and clap for, thank you. But you can't clap for an opposing coach when he's trying to beat you. Like, you just can't. I can't wrap my head around that logic. I don't care who it is.
Bobby, we've had a betting system for a couple of years when it comes to college basketball. When a ranked team is favored on the road against an unranked team, we've taken the unranked team. We think college basketball is the last. I'm sorry, what's that?
And the opposite way around, the unranked team favored at home against a ranked team, because people can't grasp why an unranked team would be favored.
Well, and we do think, I don't know if you agree, you watch all sports. We think college basketball is the last great home court, field, ice advantage left in sports. Do you agree with that?
It's up there. I mean, college football, I think both major college sports you'd have to factor in there. And do you throw baseball in there just because of the dimensions? Like, you're not playing on the same field, or the same dimensions, in the same park. Not necessarily the crowd, but just the fact you don't know. Like when Houston had the hill in the middle of the outfield, Baltimore has the wall now and all that stuff. Maybe baseball just because of that, but yeah, I mean, it feels like it's the two college sports.
Isn't it surprising that, I mean, listen, Indiana's been down for a while, but aren't you a little surprised what's going on at North Carolina?
Surprised, not necessarily. I mean, I am surprised because it's North Carolina. You just expect them to be good.
Yeah.
I'm more surprised at how North Carolina fans are just kind of accepting it. Like, there is not a loud screaming of, hey, fire Hubert Davis. You know, Hubert Davis has to do, X, Y, Z. I've seen more of the opposite of, hey, he got to a national title game year one. He ended Kay's career. He was a 1 seed. But it's like, okay, but you're going to miss the tournament again. Like, what is it? Carolina missed it 3 times since Dean Smith retired. It's just, you're not used to it.
Mentioned to you before we started the interview how much fun it is to watch your Kentucky team. If you're not, I get it. If you're a Kentucky fan, it can be painstaking because every game's so damn close. But they are an exciting team to watch. I don't know if they have the mettle to win a title, but we're wide open this year. I mean, Auburn's obviously really solid, but they've never done it before. When you look at this field right now, how many potential teams do you see having the opportunity to win a title?
So I think you're starting now to be able to dwindle it down a little bit where, again, it's something I think I've said to you guys before too, is one, you got to win 6 games. Who do you trust to win 6 games, which is an impossible statement to actually say. And then B, I try to close my eyes and just picture, there are certain teams and certain coaches I can just never picture winning the national championship. On Monday night, holding up the trophy, I still think there's 11 teams that can win it. And, there's tiers within there. But if I told you, I don't know, if I told you Texas Tech could win it all, would you bat an eye at that?
Yeah, I think I might. But I am with you, though. I can never envision Rick Barnes coaching on the last Monday. I just can't.
Now, sure, Tennessee's on that list. They could absolutely win it. But I would never say, I think they're going to win it.
All the talk about the SEC, I got to admit, I might bet on either Iowa State or Houston out of the Big 12. And I think the SEC is better than the Big 12 this year. But the top of the Big 12, who would you take? Oh, you got Auburn, Alabama at the top of the SEC, or Iowa State, Houston atop the Big 12?
It's really close. Because first of all, I would almost say, do I want Florida over Alabama?
Ooh.
That second debate, or the second team debate for the SEC, it's close. I love Iowa State this year, and I love what Kelvin Sampson does at Houston, where they come in from the American and they're just all right, well, we're just gonna keep doing the same thing and just win every game. It doesn't matter. Man, I think I would Can I take SEC -1? Because I feel like if you took the 2 combined teams, somehow
it is interesting that you added Florida to the mix, because if you add Florida, then I get to add Kansas. Okay, which
I don't think Kansas is that good.
Ooh, okay.
They have too many non-shooters. Dwan Harris. I know he's hurt right now. I think he's a really good point guard, but when you have him, KJ Adams, another guy who's been banged up, and Hunter Dickinson out there, there's just not a lot of shooting and not a lot of spacing. And I'm not saying they're bad by any means, but if you take Kansas, I will happily hand you Kansas as the 3rd team to take either Florida or Alabama as my 3rd team.
Does the Big Ten team, Big Ten, have a team that can win 6 games? We talked about, I'm a Sparty guy. They don't shoot the 3 well enough to me to win it. Purdue's consistent, but I don't know how good they are. Illinois, and when they're at their best, is terrific, but they lost to Nebraska last time. Is there a Big Ten team that can go on a run?
No, to go on a run, sure. To win it, no. If you told me a Big Ten team's in the Final Four, I'd be okay, that probably makes sense. But I don't like any of them to win because, you mentioned Michigan State. Michigan State is on a roll right now. They're arguably the hottest team in the country. But you kind of dig into it. You mentioned the shooting. That's a concern come the NCAA tournament. But then also their schedule is kind of weird. They have 1 good win in the last 2 months, right? They beat Illinois, and that was a retro, a bunch of controversial calls, whatever. You won that game, didn't matter. But they don't really have that, hey, we beat them. This is our resume win. North Carolina in overtime in November. I don't. I want to see them play. You know, they go to Illinois in 3 weeks and then have Purdue. I just don't know what to think of them. Like they're not, again, they're good. I just don't know how good they are because they're beating Northwestern and Penn State and Minnesota.
What do we think of UConn, who's lucky to be ranked? Have they just been lying in wait? And I mean, tomorrow night they're at Marquette. I mean, isn't it now about time, Mr. Hurley, that if this team has got a little pedigree, it's time to start showing it?
They need Liam McNeely back. He's just that important to them. And does he make them a title contender? No, probably not. Like they're one of those teams like, hey, they're back in the Final Four. I believe it. And then I'm sure like some Hurley voodoo magic gets them to win a three-peat. But they just are who they are this year. They've lost a lot of pieces, you know, and they've been banged up. You know, Liam McNeely missing time. Caravan is just kind of has missed some games. I like Solo Ball a lot. Ian Mahaney hasn't taken the jump. I don't know. I think they're just kind of they're fine. Like they feel like they're going to be one of those 4 or 5 seeds, and a 1 seed's going to be upset that they have to play them.
It is an obligation when we talk college basketball to bring up your least favorite team in the country, Duke. You and I share our hatred for Duke, but they're ranked second in the country. This Cooper Flagg guy's pretty damn good. What do you think of the Blue Devils?
Yeah, you know, I think every Duke fan who spent decades trying to make fun of Gonzaga needs to take a hard look in the mirror because they're basically playing in the WCC. Like, hey, congrats, you're winning games. You're beating JV teams. Like, you're not – Duke hasn't done anything of note since they beat Auburn at home by 6. But they just haven't. The one at Louisville, congrats. Louisville, I don't think is that good. Everyone's talking about Louisville. Louisville, again, you're beating Boston College and Miami and Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech. Montverde Academy might beat half of those teams.
The ACC is down this year.
In Virginia, like congrats, like the ACC, Duke is what everyone thought Gonzaga was the last few years. Well, what do they do? Who do they playing? Why are they going to be a 1 seed? What is Duke doing? They went 2-2 in their big games in the non-conference. They lost to Kentucky, lost to Kansas, beat Auburn, beat Arizona, and then a bunch of put them on Monday night with Corey Alexander and 17 people watch because of Cooper Flagg, and people throw up on the court. Cooper Flagg's awesome. Duke's good, but it's like, again, you're playing. I'm looking real quick. The ACC has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams ranked outside the top 100 on KenPom. 7.
It's amazing. I saw a prospectus yesterday that had them getting 5 bids, and I thought, no way. No way. Right now, I think
tournament. Did expansion happen overnight?
Right. I'm thinking that right now they'd get 3. They'd be what the SEC was 10 plus years ago when they then said, "Hey, we got to emphasize basketball." Well, it's going to be a great Saturday.
You assume Duke, Louisville, Clemson, and then maybe one of wait.
Yeah, yeah, and I think Clemson can fade away like they often do come conference play in February, but I think the conference may be down enough this year. I think it's 3 bids, and watch out for SMU as possibly a 4th. That's it.
Sure. Yeah. But you're talking like probably as a play-in game or something like that.
Yeah. So, Bobby Reagan, College Hoops, Barstool. Follow him on X, Barstool Reags, R-E-A-G-S. Bobby, enjoy the weekend. Thanks for your time.
I will. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
Bobby Reagan, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. So we got tomorrow night. Well, first off, tomorrow afternoon, like our poll question is, what are you going to watch this weekend? Hoops, hockey, golf. If you want to watch your first college hoops of the year tomorrow afternoon on the 4-letter network back-to-back, Mark, beginning at noon, Florida at Tennessee, Auburn at Ole Miss. 4 ranked teams, 3 of them in the top 10. I mean, if you want to watch your first college basketball of the year, I'd recommend noon to 4 tomorrow on ESPN.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You throw in a 1 o'clock game with Missouri and Mississippi State, that's a lot of SEC action going on very early in the day.
And both those two teams are ranked as well. Remember, they've got 10 ranked teams. You know, you want to wait till Saturday evening. ESPN2, Texas Tech at Houston. You want to watch some Big 12 ball. 8 o'clock on Big Fox. You got UConn at Marquette. 9 o'clock on ESPN. Watch the first 10 minutes. See the reaction of John Cal when he shows up at Rupp Arena, Arkansas against Kentucky. Oh, yeah, tomorrow night, 6:30, Carolina's Duke.
And watch a little Cooper Flag because he is really good.
Yeah, he really is. You know, it's interesting. I didn't make the Duke-Gonzaga comparison, but, you know, how much of that is Bobby's hatred of Duke?
73%. I mean, he hates Duke. It's one of the reasons we keep bringing him on the show.
You get to call him, too, so that's an enjoyable 30 seconds you two have off air. Pat Kirwan is next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Pat.
How you doing, boys? Hear my voice?
Oh, yeah, hear you great.
Oh, yeah. I've not been able to kick this flu thing, whatever it is.
How's Mobile been?
Good. The weather's been great, and that's really the number one ingredient you need to be able to watch practice and see who's who. So it's been terrific.
I was listening Monday for a little bit. I had to laugh. You guys were rapid fire interviews. I mean, basically, they were taking the headsets off of one guy and putting it on the next guy.
Yeah, before they catch on that they can turn you down if they want to. Yeah. Well, look, we're going to save every one of those for throughout the spring here, right up to the draft. And some of them, I tell them after the interview, you were great. We're going to have you on like once a week. And they go, great, thank you. It's all good. Well, tomorrow's the game. Then I'll shift gears and get back into pro football for a week. It's amazing when you're here, you don't think about the Super Bowl at all. You just keep plowing through this stuff.
Kentucky, by the way, is the answer to the question. Our last guest, you're wondering who he's a fan of. He's a fan of Kentucky. But
Kentucky's got a big old defensive lineman I'm a fan of.
Weather cooperating?
Yeah, it's been really good. 70, calm. We had not had to go out to the indoor facility once.
Good.
It's it's been really good. And we've had, it snowed here a week ago. There's no snow anywhere. But
oh yeah, I know. I was traveling the Southeast and it was cold.
Yeah. And they couldn't paint the field. They were all nervous about that. They had to come in and dry the field to drop down all the Reese's stuff. So.
Are you involved in the broadcast of the game, or are you just staying because the Super Bowl's so close?
I do the game with who am I doing it with? I've been doing it for like 20 years now. With what's his name? The voice of the Chicago Bears. He's coming to town today.
Gotcha.
And Jim goes on the field. Jim's doing field interviews. I'm up in the booth talking about the game. And I don't really cover it like a game. I cover it like projecting their NFL status and position they could play. People don't care about who wins. Neither do I.
No.
They want to know, though, who can play.
Yep.
We had a bunch of the truckers down here. Those guys are religious to the football thing.
What's the Saturday night concert?
I don't even know.
Gotcha.
Trust me. I've been sick the whole time, so as soon as it's over, every day I get right up in my room.
Yeah, I was wondering if you got better.
Nope.
Yeah. The last thing you needed was to be on the field in Kansas City.
That's what set the whole thing backwards again.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and let me tell you, it was warmer your weekend than my weekend. Okay, I'm glad. I mean, it warmed up a little bit for you.
Yeah, but when you're standing out there,
and that stadium's windy.
Yeah, I can feel my lungs basically closing up.
Yeah, that stadium's windy.
I mean, it's out in the middle of the plains.
Yep, that stadium, from a wind standpoint, to me reminds me of Old Giant Stadium. It feels like the wind swirls constantly.
When I signed Nick Lowry, he was obviously a big Kansas State Chief. He could handle it.
Right.
The rest of those.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And Pat Kirwan, kind enough to join us once again. You know, Pat, NFL Radio's moving the chains, 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 on Saturdays during the season. He'll take Saturdays off during the off season. He's done with CBS's NFL Today show after the AFC Championship. He's in Mobile, as he always is, for Senior Bowl week and the Senior Bowl game. And Pat joins us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Pat, we know you're still under the weather. Otherwise, how are you?
I'm fine. I love coming here. And look, the rest of our shows right after the game next Sunday is going to turn to the draft and free agency. And people, they're addicted to that stuff. There are a lot of people that will tell me they like that more than the games, which is wrong, but they do. And we got so much content. And Mark was laughing before because we're jamming the mic in the face of every guy I can find and getting them recorded. We'll use all those interviews throughout the spring. So that part of it has been great. The kids, they've been trained well by the guys, Jim Nagy and the people that run it, to take advantage of the media opportunity. And they're very, very good with coming on. Plus, we had a bunch of college coaches.
Pat joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Pat, you've been doing the Senior Bowl for quite a while now. What have been the biggest changes from when you first started covering this event to where they are now?
Yeah, well, underclassmen for starters, right? There were never any underclassmen at all, and then they kind of gave in and said, if a junior has graduated, he can go. And now we've got underclassmen all over the place, and it's really interesting. The next thing is how many guys are coming here with 6 years of college football experience. And now I see that the newest lawsuit is they don't want to count the junior college years towards your eligibility. So if you were in junior college for 2 years, one of the players just won that deal. So now he's going to land up with 4 years of college football after junior college and play for 6 years.
Well,
we're going to
and
see a lot more of those guys.
Pat, there's a Wisconsin cornerback who's going to court because he doesn't want his D2 year to count. He's saying, hey, if a JUCO year doesn't count, why should a D2 or D3 year count? So we could end up with, more 23, 24, 25-year-old college football players, not just the Samoans.
I agree with that. And I think, yes, it might shorten your career, but I think their readiness is better. They're coming and they know what they're doing, and they're grown men by now, and they're mature. And believe me, so many of these kids, especially like offensive linemen, they're not ready to handle the 32-year-old that has every trick in the book. So these guys are coming, to your point, Mark, they're coming, the readiness level is pretty high. So I'm excited for that because the clubs, they don't want to make a lot of mistakes. And I think you get less mistakes when you have the guys that are this old, and we'll see how far they can go. But it's interesting to see how they are. And, some of the quarterbacks played for 3 different colleges. It's insane. They've learned 3 different systems, and they don't really care what system you try to put them in because they've seen them all already.
Pat, every year, Jim Nagy and whoever's been there in the past, they do such a good job of finding some of the diamonds in the rough. Who are a couple of the small college guys that you've seen that have impressed you so far this week?
The best lineman here, in my opinion, is the kid from North Dakota State. Now, we can say Zabel's not a small college, but I just said he's the best lineman. And when you watch him dominate people physically, and you see his wrestling background, on Tuesday, he talked about 4 nose tackles in a row, just turned their shoulders and threw them on the ground. So I remember when Ali Marpet was here from Hobart, and he stole everyone's thunder. Miners, who just got a huge contract, he stole it. And this guy, Zabel, is doing the same thing right now. And it is a different situation. North Dakota State is not a small school. But he is impressive, to say the least. Everybody's looking for the next corner like Quinyon Mitchell. I don't know that guy is surfaced yet. One of the funny ones, who's not a small college guy, he's just a short player, is they brought Willie Lampkin in here, who was the guard from North Carolina, who's 5'10". Now, I was trained by Gil Brandt and Dick Steinberg. Those guys would not take a 5'10" offensive lineman. But Willie is going to get moved to center. He's got long arms, and he is a tyrant. He's another guy. He's a state wrestling champ 3 years in a row. He has no problem with the big boys, and there's a lot of big guys here. If you're looking for defensive tackles that can fill up inside like probably Miami should, Cincinnati should, there are guys here that can play that role for you. Dion Walker, the big guy out of Kentucky, I think he's 6'8" and about 350. He moves pretty good. And we had a couple guys step off and not play in the game, which is going to be tomorrow, which happens all the time. But I've seen plenty from these guys.
Very quickly, and then I want to follow it up. So is this North Dakota State offensive lineman as good or better than the last 2 who have both been drafted in the first 3 rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
In my opinion, he's that status.
Okay.
And I have not met anybody who felt differently about him.
Okay, fair enough. The edge rusher from Marshall, okay, and the edge rushers in general. I mean, this is supposed to be a massive defensive lineman draft. Are they dominating in Mobile?
Yeah, Mike Green is the Marshall kid. He's already stepped away after the Wednesday practice. His agent felt like, well, you've seen enough of my player, which is some of these agents. I told Jim, I said, don't let the agent have any more players here if he's going to pull out on a Wednesday. He's not a bad player, but I don't know that he's a great one. Usually you can tell when they come with 3 or 4 ways to rush the passer. I like Mike Green. He'd make my team. He'd be my second rusher. I don't think he's an elite rusher, and I don't think he's the guy that they'll run protection to.
The Miami tight end, Elijah Arroyo, he's been making waves. He came into the Senior Bowl week as a top 50 guy. I'm seeing perhaps, late first round. One of the great things of the Senior Bowl obviously can help your draft status. Talk about the Miami tight end.
Oh, I like him. I had the tight ends on Wednesday morning. He's a good player. Smooth. He's a guy that when he's catching the ball, first off, he's looking everything in. He's fundamentally sound. He's right upfield. And, he's got yards after the catch built into his system. But I like 2 other tight ends almost as much. And I certainly like Jason Taylor's son, Mason Taylor, who played for LSU. That guy is the one that can play. And we all look for this, right? The tight end that's really a tight end that can block a defensive end, can block down on a tackle and move him. That Mason Taylor can do all those things. So if you're looking for a Y tight end, which is what we call the inline guy, he is a phenomenal looking prospect. If you're looking for the H-back type, you can give me Harold Fannin, the kid out of Bowling Green, I think it is. Excuse me. He is a vertical threat. He had 117 catches, and you see every bit of his athleticism on the field. So I think between the 3 tight ends, you're going to get a nice pick of tight ends in this draft from the Senior Bowl.
Well, and it made waves. They gave that kid from Bowling Green the Mackey Award as the top tight end in the country over Tyler Warren of Penn State and Loveland of Michigan, which raised a few eyebrows. So, the college ranks thought pretty highly of him. We've heard the quarterbacks have struggled outside of Dart from Ole Miss, and the Notre Dame quarterback has come on and been better every day. Have the quarterbacks been disappointing?
Yeah, the good quarterbacks are all on one team. They're on the American team. So when you're watching the game, Riley Leonard's on the team, Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, and this kid, Seth Hennigan, I think is going to turn some heads. He's chapter 4 in a 3-chapter book, but when you watch him practice, the Memphis kid, he has done a very nice job of representing himself as a guy. You could take him in the 4th or 5th round and probably find yourself developing him. Jackson Dart, to me, is the best of the lot. Riley Leonard is a gym rat. I have come to like this guy. He stays after practice. He's working all the time. The guy just played the national championship. He's been playing a lot of football, but he loves the game. It's pretty clear. I don't know if he's good enough to be a guy you build around, but I do think he's going to be able to play in the league. Jalen Milroe, you know better than anybody, fellas, but he has some mechanical issues. But if you look at the final 4 quarterbacks in the NFL playoffs, all 4 of them are big factors to run. And this guy, he can run. And if you want to buy time and let him play the athletic quarterback role while he's getting better as a thrower, I think someone's going to take a chance on him. And it could be the bottom of the 1st round.
How big of a concern, we make jokes, but he's got small hands. Okay. That leads to fumbles in the NFL. How big of a concern would that be for you in drafting him?
Outdoor stadiums in the Northeast wouldn't do it. Indoor stadiums in the South probably wouldn't care. So I do think, and I just remember some of the guys I had to deal with that had small hands and cold weather and everything else that can highlight the problem. Yeah. He has not. He got a ball swiped out of his hand yesterday, and it was interesting. He didn't react to the guy coming around the edge. Thought he stepped up in time, but he didn't. I say it about him because what are you going to do? I was talking to your favorite football team growing up yesterday, David, and I said between the potential free agents in the varsity and the college draft picks, 7 teams need to come out of this world with a quarterback, and I don't think there's 7 candidates. So what are you going to do? Pass for another year? You'll never be here. You'll be fired. So you're going to have to take a chance on Dart and Milroe sooner or later, whether you like it or not.
Definitely the world we're in, Pat. You said it best, that if you don't pick one of them, the odds are you're not going to be around to pick the next one. And that's a lot of pressure when Pat, these quarterbacks don't look like they're good enough.
I know. And my friend from the team I was talking to was knocking his head up and down, realizing, this is not going to be easy. And what are you going to get? So bridge quarterbacks when you're in the last year of your contract's a disaster.
But Pat, then does that mean, because the Giants drafted a great player last year? I mean, he is, but
I would have never taken him.
But they passed on Penix and Nix. Okay, and isn't that part of future scouting that you have to know, hey, the guy in this year's class is probably going to be better than the guy we can get in next year's class?
They also passed on McCarthy.
Right.
Throw that name in there. So they made a decision to support Daniel Jones by taking the receiver. Daniel Jones is long gone. So I don't think they had the, how would I call it this, the privilege of taking a wide receiver. They had to take a quarterback, and they didn't take one of those three guys. Now, you tell me, both of you guys, tell me where you put those three quarterbacks they passed on in this year's class. Where would you put Penix? Where would you put Bo Nix? I think I put him above all these guys.
Well, very high. That's for sure. He's Pat Kirwan. More with Pat after this.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Mark.
Mark, can you hear Pat?
Mark?
Not right now.
Okay. I can hear you, Pat.
Yep. I should have finished my answer to Mark about small college guys. There's one guy tearing it up here. The running back from Delaware, Marcus Yarns. Woo.
Really?
Yeah, he's got everyone talking about him.
We were told yesterday that the running backs have been outstanding as a group.
Yes. I'll name them for you. Well, we can do it on the air, but
do it on the air.
Yep.
And then I was going to get into a couple of the Florida. You talked about the North Dakota State kid. I'm just reading that he and the Florida State D tackle had a pretty good battle yesterday. That Farmer kid.
I think the guys on the defense have realized if I want to make impact in front of these scouts and GMs, I got to be able to take that guy on. Most of them going back defeated. No, the running backs are a good group, and the era of the running back is back, right?
Yeah. Damn, it better be.
Yeah.
Henry.
Look at all the teams that need them.
Henry, Barkley, Jacobs, Joe Mixon, And there was one more that, I mean,
Yeah, I'll think of it too. Nope, it's people are very pleased with the running backs here. It's amazing how the perception has just changed. And all those clubs that let those running backs go that you just mentioned, they're all hurting.
totally. I mean, the 5th-round kid the Giants drafted, he's a good player, but, I mean, come on. He's not Saquon Barkley. Give me a break.
Nope.
Well, also, and once again, just about everything they've done has come up roses. But it makes the Lions' decision. Remember how much the Lions got panned when
they got destroyed.
they traded down from 6 to 12 and then took the running back.
Yep.
And
People said they didn't need him.
They got destroyed for doing both.
Mm-hmm. No one's saying that now. There's a lot of people wearing his jersey in Detroit.
Yes, I was going to say, Pat, we watched that playoff game and thought if they turned around and handed the ball to him all day, they would have won.
I agree with that. The guy is super dynamic.
Not to be confused with the dynamic kickoff, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure you don't put the two together.
Yeah, there's my dad roll over in his grave. The guy was so interested in the proper use of English language. And if he saw that and called that thing dynamic, he'd have a fit.
Hey, what do you know about this? The new defensive coordinator the Jags signed, this Campanile there.
I do not know him.
Okay. Because I guess he was a Don Bosco prep coach for 5 years, like 10 years ago.
Oh, God.
Then he worked with Flores in Miami, and now he's been with Green Bay a couple of years, and then this Jacksonville guy hired him.
Yeah.
It's a young staff he's putting together.
That's not a good thing. They won't know what they don't know until they get beat.
Schefter said something interesting yesterday. He said he's never seen a team so mad at losing a coach like the Bucs are with Cohen. They really feel as if he did them wrong.
Yeah. Didn't he kind of lie to them?
Well, but I mean, he didn't take the job because of Bulky. They got rid of Bulky. I mean,
well, and then Tampa stomped back because Cohen tried to interview an offensive line coach, and Tampa said, no,
right.
You don't have permission.
Yeah. You can't talk to anybody on this staff.
Right.
You're dead to us.
Well, which is the total opposite of Dan Campbell letting his guys. I talked to Aaron Glenn yesterday. Those guys, Dan was pretty generous letting them take.
Yep. No doubt. No doubt.
I love the linebacker from Oregon, Jeffrey Bossa. Reminds me of Bobby Wagner.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan live from Mobile, Alabama, site of the Senior Bowl. Pat, of course, NFL Radio moving the chains and CBS's NFL Today show. His appearances are sponsored by Pinchers from Tampa to Key West and all points in between. Pinchers you can't fake fresh, and he joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Pat, we've talked a lot of position groups. We did have some Senior Bowl talk earlier in the week, and they claimed that the running back group was looking very strong. It has been the year of the running back, the resurgence of the running back in the NFL. What's it looking like at the Senior Bowl?
Very good. Now, do I think there's a Saquon Barkley here? No, I think that's once in a generation, but there's a lot of guys that can play in the league right away. Happen to like Damian Martinez, the Miami kid. He's had a terrific week. Power, elusive. He was pretty interesting when he's blitzed. They had a blitz pickup period. He destroyed here comes the poor outside linebackers thinking, oh, I got a running back, no problem. This guy he's stout. So love that guy. The kid from Michigan, Donovan Edwards, who was kind of a role player at Michigan, fresh legs, but he's got a jump cut move to him. He's kind of like a third back or a second back that I would be happy to have. Love the kid from Delaware. he might land up being a slot more than a running back, but he's pretty good running back. At times, I wrote Alvin Kamara next to his performance twice.
Wow.
On Tuesday. Yep, he has that kind of suddenness. R.J. Harvey, the Central Florida kid. So, yeah, there's backs here. Travis Etienne, I talked to him yesterday. He's pulled out of the game, but he had a nice week. So, yeah, you can get a running back here. For sure, you can get your number 2 running back. And in the case of some of these guys, like Martinez, I think you'll get your number 1 back. So, yep, I like the running back crowd a lot.
Is there a position group that, quite frankly, and it doesn't mean, sometimes the top guys at a group aren't at the Senior Bowl, but is there a position group at the Senior Bowl in which you're like, yeah, this ain't working for me?
The offensive line, this historically has been the best position group at the Senior Bowl. Why? Because back in the day, when it was seniors only, offensive linemen tended not to leave school early. So they would the best ones would come to the Senior Bowl. I don't think that happened this year. I don't think we have them all here. Emory Jones had a terrific week, the LSU kid, feisty and everything else. But I kind of thought the group was lacking a number of top picks. I think there'll be guys drafted in the first round in the O-line, but I don't think they're going to come from this game.
Toledo, 2 years in a row, going to have a first-round corner. What are they doing in Toledo that's so good?
Well, I think the question I'd be asking is, how come the big guys haven't raided Toledo?
Yeah.
The biggest problem these smaller schools have is holding on to their guys. You go into the portal, and now Jim Nagy told me one of the biggest problems is once you present the kids from the Toledos of the world with an invite to the Senior Bowl, the agents call the kid right up, and if he has 1 year of eligibility left, they go, why are you going to that? I can get you $3 million to play 1 year in a Big Ten school, or somewhere else. And I noticed, I was talking to Bielema the other day, and his tackle was supposed to be here, Davis. And what happened? Davis lands up as one of the guys who doesn't have to count his junior college year. So Bielema said to me, I just jumped on a plane and went out to San Francisco, where he's from, and re-recruited him. And his word was, and rewarded him. But these small college guys that they land up staying at the Toledos of the world, it's impressive. Because I think you look at the level of schools, not the top guys, but the next level down, they're the ones losing their players to the big guys. They look at Texas and how many they take, and look at what Florida State did, even though it didn't work out. But the schools that are losing have to go below themselves and find players. So I don't know how guys stay at Toledo. God bless the coach.
All the NFL teams are there. What is it that they're talking about? Like, what is a trend, whether it happens this free agency year or this draft, or maybe it's a year away, but you find out on the sidelines in Mobile kind of what the league is talking about. What are they talking about?
Yeah, it's a good question. And some are not addressing it, and some are. This senior class is the last class that didn't get NIL money to start. Every other player starting next year who's in this game has been receiving NIL money since high school. So now there are GMs concerned about how much money the guys have made and how hungry are they. And some schools said to me, well, one guy said to me, he goes, we're not going to ask. We're concerned about it, but we're not going to ask. Others are trying to find out. You're talking to a kid that you're trying to have him come in and compete, and he's already got $12 million in the bank. They're starting to ask themselves, how hungry are they going to be? So NIL money and jumping in and out of the portal. Remember, when you sign an NFL contract, there is no portal. And you're talking about players that some of them have gone to 2 or 3 high schools and 2 or 3 colleges. And now they're going to get drafted, and they're going to have to be told the rude awakening, we own you now. You can't leave. And I think guys are wondering about how that's going to play with the NFL stuff.
Pat, how's it going to play with the Senior Bowl? I look down the road and how many players, that opt out of this game and do it for a various number of reasons. But now you throw in the factor that they've been earning the money they've been earning throughout college. What's the appetite going to be for them coming to Mobile in the future?
It's a great question. And I do think there's some concern for the people that run this game. The only thing left is, here's your grade. You're a 4th rounder. You come to this game and have a big week, you'll be a 3rd rounder. So that's the sell, that you can move up a full round. Now, in the first round, if you're the 20th pick and you can get yourself to the 10th pick, you've made more money than jumping a round or two. So the whole thing is, come here and advance your draft status, and that's the only thing they have left.
How big of an issue still is the college quarterback inability to get under center? Like, I heard Dylan Gabriel really struggled his first 2 days in Mobile because the guy hasn't taken a snap under center in 6 years.
Yeah. I talked to Lanning about him and about that reality. And, the college coaches don't believe their job is to train him for the NFL.
Oh, we know that.
And they don't care about that part. They should care about it because a lot of players make decisions about where to go based on the best opportunity to get to the National Football League. But the college guys in general don't see it that way. Look, I look at that kid and say, yeah, he threw the ball. He had a 74-mile-an-hour throw on Wednesday. He can rip it, but he's 5'10".
I know he is. To me, he's Tua Jr. I mean, really is. He's left-handed. He's incredibly accurate, unbelievably quick release. But you're right. He's small.
Yep, and almost tiny. Like, when you look at him and you realize what the NFL is going to be like for him, he's feisty. He has an arm. He addressed being short. He had no problem discussing it. So he's been short his whole life. So he's been practicing that speech forever. I don't know that I would take him, though.
You wonder when you talk about the coaches not having an obligation to get guys ready. Nick always did. Bill says he's going to. I just wonder if that changes anything in the coaching perspective of what these college guys are doing.
Yeah, it does, because that's their competitive advantage. Nobody is going to be able to tell a kid to his face what Bill Belichick can say about NFL preparation. They can say it, but no one's going to believe him that they have a better formula than Belichick does for getting to the National Football League. And Bill has a lot of connections. When he starts calling in a year about his players, this guy can play if he has a rookie, people are going to listen.
All right. Another bag of lemon cough drops, whole bunch of hot tea, and safe travels along I-10 from Mobile to New Orleans. We'll talk next week sometime.
Yep. I'll talk to you Tuesday, fellas. I should be recovered enough to at least start talking about the Super Bowl.
Okay. Pat Kirwan from Mobile, the site of the Senior Bowl. NFL Radio's moving the chains weekdays. CBS's NFL Today show. Joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, you can't fake fresh, and he joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, first off, wouldn't it be 4 Super Bowls, not 5, for Reed? I mean, he beat the Niners, lost to the Bucks, and then he will have won 3 in a row. So it'd be 4 Super Bowls, 3 in a row. He'd be 4-2 in the big game. He's 6-6, I believe, in conference championship games. Because he was 1-4 with the Eagles, and he's 5-2 with the Chiefs. He went with the Eagles and lost to Belichick and the Patriots. So it's just kind of interesting. If you're comparing Reed to Belichick, you get, like Mahomes is going to get compared to Brady. Reed lost to Belichick. He lost to him head-to-head in a Super Bowl. He then lost to him head-to-head in an AFC championship game. So
Want to talk a little ACC, ESPN, Florida State, Clemson here?
totally.
Kind of figured you were saving that for right here.
It's like we've done a show together or something.
Yeah, well. Daughter's got another half day today, David. Second half day of the month. She had 1 day off for MLK Day. I asked her yesterday, I said, do you even go to school? And today's Grandparents' Day, so my mother's going at like 10 o'clock. I mean, I don't even think she really has school day. She gets to hang out with her grandmother.
I was going to say, Grandma might as well take her home.
She is.
Yeah. Well, at least that saves you a trip.
Got that right.
How does she like this school compared to the last one?
She misses her friends greatly. However, she understands how much harder it is, how much more she's learning. She gets it. And she hasn't met she hasn't met anybody that she would consider a close friend there yet. She's got a couple girls, but between her old friends at the old school and her friends from gymnastics, they rank way above anything at the new school. I'm hoping next year when she gets to the, junior high and they add a few more kids to the school, it'll be a little better. Wife works tomorrow. Daughter is scheduled to sleep over with 2 girls that I'm in charge of.
Oh, the sleepovers at your place.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, if that doesn't cause you to start drinking. Hello.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. This is the first weekend since mid-August that there's been no football. You got to go back. Remember when Florida State went to Ireland to play Georgia Tech? That was week 0 of the college football season.
Remember, we thought that game was an upset.
Right. Remember Nick Saban said, I watched Florida State practice twice. They're a really good team. Remember they were preseason top 10? That was before they went and lost 10? Right. That's how long ago it was. Mike Norvell, people loved him, thought he was a great coach. That's how long ago the season was. So now this first weekend without football, what are you going to do? You going to watch basketball? You going to watch hockey? Going to watch golf? Or are you, no, man, I only watch football. I'm out. Those are our choices. Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com. Make your plans now. First weekend of March. The Swamp Buggy Races are back. Swampbuggy.com.
You're not all that interested in this question. We may not have emphasized it enough on the show with Bobby Reagan joining us in the 7 o'clock hour and just spending a lot of time with Pat Kirwan talking Senior Bowl. But those of you that have responded are telling us that the majority of you are football fans and nothing more. Because 48% of you are none of the above. And for those of you that bitch and moan that we talk golf on this show, there's a reason. The highest vote total of the 3 sports on there is golf, and it's not close.
At Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
But more of you watching basketball than hockey, that should tee off the hockey fan and get them to go vote on today's poll question. Some news came out yesterday, David, that was very intriguing to me. ESPN agreed to continue their relationship with the ACC through 2036. They had an out. They did not take it.
Right. Like they have an out coming up in their baseball contract. And the expectation is they're going to take it. And they're going to opt out early. ESPN had till tomorrow, Mark. They signed a 20-year contract 9 years ago. All right. The partnership would have ended in 3 more years, just for the record. It would have ended after now I'm a little confused. It says after the 2027 season. Are we saying the 26-27 school year? Or are we saying after the 2027 football season? But anyway, what ESPN and the ACC would have had a relationship for a minimum of 2 more years, maybe 3. But now they're going to have a relationship, Mark, for 12. 12 more, 2036.
And the one underlying theme that everyone who has reported on this is talking about is the possibility of this bringing an end to the lawsuits involving Florida State and Clemson with the ACC. That ESPN and the ACC are apparently negotiating to increase the payout that the conference receives in exchange for agreeing to schedule more football and basketball games. with the league's most high-profile teams. Negotiations between the conference and the network are not being made public. We don't know. But many sources are talking about an additional revenue stream for the high-profile teams in the ACC conference, thus bringing an end to the lawsuits that Florida State and Clemson are filing.
They also apparently have talked to the new AD at Notre Dame, Pete Bavacqua, who was an NBC sports executive, so he understands the whole TV landscape. And they apparently are leaning on Pete and saying, hey, you got a pretty good deal with us. We may have to schedule you tougher football games, if you know what I mean. So instead of the run-of-the-mill 5 or 6 games a year that you get where you could potentially be scheduled against whomever, we may have to target you, and basically you may have to play Clemson more often than what you're currently set up to play them. And if we know Miami and Florida State are going to be good, okay, or we're willing to bet on it that they're going to be good, we may have to, we may have to alter your schedule a little bit and make it a little harder than it's been. And apparently Notre Dame's willing to play ball a little bit. So then maybe the ACC can create 1 or 2 Notre Dame games a year that are sexy matchups. Can I just ask you, if you were the ACC, did you want ESPN to pick up this option or not?
I think so, because without them picking up the option, these lawsuits would have still been ongoing, and the chance to lose Florida State and Clemson was far more real.
Yeah, and I wanted to roll the dice if I was the ACC, because there's money out there. There's real money out there. Big money out there. And think about it, Mark. In 2 years, your conference would become available. Do you know how many entities out there don't have quality sports programming? Now, we can argue how much quality it is, but come on now. I mean, all the streaming services, never mind the networks. I mean, CBS has the Mountain West and the Big Ten. You don't want to put an ACC game on at noon? I mean, if I'm the ACC, and I know it's a risk, it's a big risk to leave the 4-letter network. I get it. Not just for football, but for all your other sports. Mark, if I was the ACC, I was begging. I was going to church and praying that ESPN would drop us. And I know it would have been a huge risk, but let me tell you, there's no way, Mark, they would be bringing in less money for Florida State, Clemson, or anybody else if they went on the open market. Between Amazon, Netflix, I think this is bad news for the ACC. I really do. I think it puts a cap on how much money they can get. Teams know for the next 12 years, we're locked in at this.
Well, no, they don't, because what they're negotiating is giving them more money, David. And for the top schools, it could be significant money, talking 20 to 25 million a school for the high-profile teams. And I don't think without Clemson, Florida State in that conference, that conference would garner the type of money from the entities you're talking about that they're getting already.
And I think that the entities that I would have brought to the table would guarantee that extra $20 million for every school in the conference. I'm talking real money, Mark. To be able to get your hands on programming like this.
Well, that to me is the programming like what?
Well, listen, normally
the basketball conference has fallen apart. The football is bad. So what do they offer Netflix and Amazon other than programming, of which you can look at their numbers historically and show you that they're not close to what the SEC and Big Ten do?
Well, normally ACC basketball is not this bad. I mean, this is a down year. There's no question. Okay, but normally, come on, it's a top 4 conference in the country, if not a top 3 conference every year, really, for our lifetime. But not that that matters. Let's look at football. First off, if I'm guaranteeing Clemson, Florida State, Miami, we don't have to go beyond that.
But you don't know if you're guaranteeing Clemson and Florida State if this deal doesn't go through with ESPN.
Yeah, I can guarantee it. And here's why I think I can guarantee it. And that may sound arrogant if I'm the ACC, but here's how though I would look at Florida State and Clemson and go, we're really going to take ESPN's word on it? No offense, they've screwed us. That's why we want to leave, because of the deal with ESPN. Remember, guys, everything they do for us, the SEC will yell at them. So how much do you really think they're going to do for us? And like in the Twitch chat room, guy says to me, ESPN is real money. No, you know what's real money? Amazon. That's real money. Netflix. Google. That's real money. No, ESPN is not real money. It's not. Big Ten schools get more than the SEC schools get. Okay? Trust me, it's not real money. The streaming money is the real money. And the streamers were desperate to get their hands on ACC programming. There was real money to be had for the ACC there. And ESPN just squashed it for 12 years.
And, David, if you're right, the one thing that is interesting of this, and I'm not trying to compare the ACC to MLS. I'm not. But MLS went all in with Apple TV.
They did.
And MLS has then disappeared from any traditional mainstream media where we used to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Highlights included.
Yep.
I don't know if this works for the MLS. Now, their franchise evaluations have gone up.
Through the
roof. I think there are 5 franchises now worth more than $1 billion in MLS.
Think about that.
By the way, I was right. However many years.
Oh, my goodness. You've never been more right about anything ever on this show.
We talked about what franchise you'd want to put, what leagues, franchises you'd want to put stock in. This was 10 years ago.
10 years
I'm like
ago.
the MLS.
And you said, give me an MLS franchise. I went, what? You said, oh, yeah, I'm all over it. I think it was one of those, the Powerball was X amount of money, and it was like, okay, you got this much money. What are you going to do with it? And you said, oh, yeah, I'm buying an MLS franchise. And I looked at you like, are you nuts? And you went, oh, no, I'm not.
So, David, maybe you're right. Maybe the ACC would have won long term had they had the opportunity to go to streaming, but that is not the case. ESPN picking up the option, thinking they can squash the lawsuits by Clemson and Florida State, and offering more money to high-profile schools in the conference going forward.
I mean, why do Florida State and Clemson want to leave? Money. Well, I mean, my argument would have been, I'm going to get you more money. No, I got it guaranteed. I've already had lunch with the guys. This is what they're going to offer us. I got one streaming service competing against another. It's ball game over. This is monopoly money to them. This is a joke to them. This is an investment for them. This is the other thing if I'm the ACC. Come on, man. I mean, Mark, are you even playing second fiddle to the SEC?
Not really.
I mean, you're what? Don't you feel like you're fourth fiddle? That the SEC is choice 1, 1A, 1B, and 1C.
I can't argue that. I really cannot.
And I got 12 more years of playing fourth fiddle? I mean, seriously, how good can you make it for me? Everything you give me, you're taking away from the SEC. And that's Mike Slive on line 1. I'm sorry, Greg Sankey on line 1. It'd be something if it was Mike Slive. I mean, that's the thing. Don't think they don't pick up the phone and call. Don't think the SEC's not calling ESPN going, well, what are you promising them? Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we told CBS to take a flying leap for you. You know, we're getting less money from you than the Big Ten schools are getting because we went all in with you. You're going to do what for who?
You know, that is the interesting one. In hindsight, would the SEC have done it different? I think they would have.
They should have done the NFL model.
Yes,
like
they
the Big
should.
Ten did.
And college football playoff, you know, they're locked into ESPN
for a few more years.
And we've talked about that negates any cross promotion from the other networks. You know, like when we watch the NFL and they tell us where every single game is during the postseason, no matter what network or streaming service they're on. Miller and Moulton. Vote in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. This weekend marks the first weekend since August without football, so what are you most excited to watch this weekend? Sports fans coming out in droves, still none of the above leading with 35%. Golf next, then basketball and hockey. Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, Irish football. I'm going to try not to make this personal, even though you made it personal and you called me Dave. All right, but I hate when people change the argument. I hate when you claim I said something that I didn't say. I didn't say ESPN wasn't a big player. I didn't say ESPN wasn't a major player. They're obviously the biggest player in the sport. But when it came to the ACC, ESPN was not giving them major money. The major money they gave to the SEC. Remember, they didn't rework the deal. They didn't extend the deal 12 years and rework the finances. It's the same finances that they agreed to back in 17, 14? 2017. Do you know how different the financial world is now from 2017? Especially when it comes to streaming money. Back in 2017, was there any money coming from streaming for sports? Okay, what I said was that the money the ESPN is giving the ACC is not major money. It's not. And if the ACC was on the open market, because the other services can't get their hands on programming, they would have paid Big Ten and SEC money to get their hands on the ACC, which is why ESPN smartly re-upped it. Okay, streaming didn't have a chance at the SEC. Okay, that deal was negotiated 5 years ago. The other thing is ESPN brought Oklahoma and Texas with them. The streamers couldn't do it. ESPN could. That's why they left CBS. They got the money they wanted, and they got Oklahoma and Texas. I mean, Irish football, I know you know everything. Just listening to you on Twitch, we know you know everything. But do you really know more about network television and the finances involved in sports programming than me? Seriously? Of all the things you think you know more than me and better than me, do you really think you know money in sports programming better than me? Come on, man. No, you're not asking. You don't ask shit. You tell. If you're going to say I'm a clueless piece of shit, could you at least quote me correctly? God. I'll tell you what, I'm about ready to I'm going to eliminate the Twitch chat room from my screen. I'm done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us on a Football Friday.
Football Friday?
It did feel like a Football Friday when we had Pat Kirwan on for a half an hour from Mobile in the Senior Bowl, talking prospects. Got you thinking, because unless you're an Eagles or a Chiefs fan, you're already thinking about next year. What am I going to get? So, it felt like a Football Friday there for a bit. And we were just talking the ACC deal, which basically, is all about football because no other sport matters anymore, which sucks, but unfortunately that's the truth. That's why, we've had fun at the SEC's expense and, because it's now a basketball conference, not a football conference. But boom.
Yeah, you're right. And, yesterday I started reading a bunch of Senior Bowl stuff because I knew we were having Pat on today. I'm looking at mock drafts, starting to have to figure out what free agents are going to be available because that's where we turn. We'll still give you some basketball, some hockey, and some other things. But we know when 35% of you are saying you're watching none of the above when it comes to basketball, hockey, and golf, that means you're football fans. Like this texter said, none of the above. Finally getting to some home cleaning, LOL.
There you go. Okay, the honeydew list starts this weekend. Is that what you're saying? I got a text from a friend of mine that said, is this the worst sports weekend of the year? I'm like, what? That's just the lull of not having football. The hitting, it's like the cold shower. I'm like, you do know in late June we have nothing but baseball. Nothing. All the other seasons are over or they haven't started yet. The last week of June, we have Major League Baseball. I mean, maybe Wimbledon has started, maybe. But, I mean, there's that one weekend in June where literally all we have is Major League Baseball, the day or two before Wimbledon starts.
Which, by the way, for the 6 people that care, and David probably should have brought this up during the starting 5 because he doesn't have the Australian Open to talk about anymore. When asked, because the U.S. Open, we brought up yesterday, they're starting on the U.S. Open tennis tournament. They're starting on the Sunday. It's going to be a 15-day tournament.
Right.
Wimbledon was asked about going to 15 days and basically, accosted the person who asked the question as it being one of the dumbest questions ever asked at a presser.
Sir, that's a dumber idea than Adam Silver proposing that the NBA play 10-minute quarters, okay? Enough from you. Tea is served at 4. Miller and Moulton. It's actually a really good college basketball day tomorrow. It really is. I mean, we'd encourage you to give it a try.
For those of you that didn't watch or don't watch until March and fill out a bracket, best of luck to you because there are 12 teams that could win the Natty this year. And this weekend, particularly in the SEC, some great basketball being played. And the Gators are one of those 12 teams that could win a Natty. That's a fact.
I know. Hey, we jumped on Miami real early the year they went to the Final Four. We jumped on the Gators pretty early, too. We said this team can go to the Final Four. It's not deep. It doesn't have to be. Now, I don't think they can afford an injury, but the 7-8 that they play.
No, they cannot afford injury.
No. But the 7-8 that they play, they can win 4 to 6 games. They can.
I mean, they should be Reagan? A 2, 3, 4 seed at, 4 seed at worst, depending on how the last month of the season goes.
How about Bobby Reagan earlier in the show, in which he thought that Florida might be the second best team in the SEC? Better in Alabama, he said.
Play better defense than Bama, that's for sure. Because Bama doesn't know what defense is.
Although, I don't know. Gators have had a couple 100-point games, too.
They have. Bama's like Kentucky. Most of those games are 80s and 90s.
Oh, yeah.
They like to get up and down the floor. It's why I've said for whatever reason, if you're thinking about trying to get back into basketball, the NBA doesn't do it for you. And I know typically you don't think SEC when it comes to basketball, but you've got Florida, you got Ole Miss, you got Alabama, you got Kentucky, you've got Vandy, you've got Texas. These schools play a fun brand of basketball. So it's worth getting into.
It is. Tomorrow's February. I mean, you've waited a long time to check out these other sports. Just saying. You got Rory, Scheffler, Spieth, Hovland, all playing this weekend at Pebble.
How about Victor Hovland said, I think during the Tuesday presser, that his game sucks right now. I think that was the exact quote. Well, my game, I suck right now, I believe is what he said after Tuesday. 7 under yesterday.
Well, I got to admit, Hovland pulled a Phil. Remember when Phil was challenging Tiger? I mean, he was number 2, but I mean, he was challenging Tiger. He really was. And he had the best year of his career and he changed clubs. Hovland did the same thing.
Except for Hovland wasn't in debt to gamblers for millions of dollars.
Right. We don't know why Hovland changed clubs. I mean, we're assuming for more money. Somebody offered him more money. In Phil's case, legend has it, oh, no, he needed the money. No. Callaway paid off some debts. No.
And
Phil
the story that was going to be an SI that was going to just undress Mr. Mickelson.
So that's why he changed clubs. It's like, wait a minute. You finished in the top 4 of all 4 majors. Why are you changing your gear? We got a Ryder Cup coming up. Why are you doing what?
But Tiger did it. Tiger changed his swing at the height of his game.
He did. He said it wouldn't hold up. I need to change it. And we all went, wait, what? But Hovland changed clubs. His game went south last year. He was a mess last year. He changed his swing. He changed his clubs. I thought Hovland said during this offseason he was going back to how he used to play. But
and
you're right.
Just love that Scheffler hasn't played all year and just went out and fired 67.
Well, he's rusty.
So we've got Pebble this weekend. We've got college basketball this weekend. If you're an NBA fan, the trade deadline is next week. Where's Jimmy Butler going to end up?
And by the way, for those asking why we didn't put NASCAR, there's no NASCAR this weekend. That's why we didn't put NASCAR. I mean, isn't it next weekend they do that North Wilkesboro thing and then qualifying at Daytona and all that, or is that this weekend and I missed it? If so, I apologize because they replaced that whole running the dirt race in the LA Coliseum. I think they're going to North Wilkesboro and running there instead. Is that this weekend?
Is that the Clash that is this week?
Yeah, it is this weekend?
Yeah.
Clash, okay.
The Clash
right.
is on Sunday.
I would probably then should have put that on the poll. My bad.
It doesn't count. It's exhibition.
Yeah, but it hell. I mean, there are a lot of people that consider the NBA regular season an exhibition.
It's a great point. I do think none of the above is a better response than NASCAR. I do.
Okay. If you were the Spring Football League, by the way, would you be playing this weekend?
Yes. 100%. And I would take Super Bowl week off, and then I would come back for week 2 the week after the Super Bowl. Yes, I would.
By the way, can you afford one ad in the Super Bowl if you're the UFL?
Well, they'll probably get one of the promos because it's on Fox, right? Fox carries their games.
Right.
So Fox will run a promo for the UFL.
Are you sure?
I bet. David, I would. How many people are watching UFL games?
A million.
Right.
600,000 to a million.
I'll tell you what. I'd make you a bet right now. I'll take promo for UFL on Fox during the Super Bowl. During the game, too. Not this crap during the pregame.
Thank you. Okay.
Game, during the game. Halftime counts.
Oh, there's no way they're getting a promo at halftime. No way. That's the highest audience of the night.
I'm just saying halftime counts.
Let me ask you this. I consider it counting beginning at 6 o'clock. I know kickoff's not till like 6:38, 6:40, but I think people by 6 o'clock put the Super Bowl on. Even I put the Super Bowl on at 6 o'clock.
I put it on when it starts. I really do. Not that I'm paying attention to it, but the minute that sucker comes on, I want to see how much dribble they can give us for 4.5, 5 hours.
Wow. For what it's worth, they're starting with Clarissa Thompson and Gronk at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yeah.
It's a long day for Gronk.
Well, it is. I mean, have an energy drink or two there, big fella. He's still young enough.
What do you think of Gronk in the studio? Have you watched any to give a critique one way or the other?
Well, I think it's time for Fox to transition, personally. I understand why they won't, because they're still the highest rated pregame show, so why make any changes? But, Jimmy's last game that he coached was in the 90s. Howie's last game that he played was in the 90s. Terry's last game that he played was 83. I mean, I think it's time, personally. So I'm okay if Gronk was part of the panel. I would be okay with that.
The problem is that the chemistry on the Fox set is just so much better than the chemistry on the other sets.
I know.
And you can't invent chemistry. It has to happen organically, and it's happened on Fox.
I do think the CBS chemistry is actually pretty good with Burleson and JJ Watt and Matt Ryan. I actually they've reduced the number on their set, and I actually think it's helped them.
And that's so opposite of what networks typically do, because how many people can we get on the set seems to be their MO.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Was Lee at 7? Straight up 7, Lee Sterling on Fridays?
Mm-hmm.
He's booked himself for the Super Bowl. I just sent him confirmation that we're in.
Oh, don't worry, Ambient. Just curious, when you tell someone that you can't do anything before 11 o'clock and they schedule you for 8:30 in the morning, should you get aggravated?
People don't listen, David. Oh, that's a great foursome on Wednesday. I love that.
Golly.
It's very simple. The system is as follows. Ranked team favored on the road against unranked team. Now, they don't have the spreads out for Saturday's games yet. There are none tonight, for what it's worth. But Saturday, let me see here as I'm going through the games. I know there are a couple potentials. Wisconsin is on the road at Northwestern. Wisconsin is ranked 17th in the country. Northwestern is unranked. If Wisconsin is the favorite in that game, we would bet Northwestern. Vanderbilt's on the road at Oklahoma. I have a funny feeling Oklahoma will be favored, however. Louisville's on the road at Georgia Tech. Louisville will be favored. We'll take Georgia Tech. Kansas on the road at Baylor. We'll take Baylor. Sparty on the road at USC. We'll take USC. And A&M on the road at South Carolina. There are 6 potential plays, but I do not think I don't think Vanderbilt will be favored on the road at Oklahoma. Sometimes they don't get it. Would be nice to see a big crowd at Alico. It would be. TJ, over under 2,500.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day one. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. We'll give you our system plays, even though the betting lines are not out for college basketball tomorrow and or Sunday, but we usually have a pretty good idea as to who's going to be favored and what have you. System, by the way, is 1-5 this week. Got to be honest.
Been a bad week. After 2 glorious weeks, the system has let us down this week.
I mean, we were 18-10 the last 2 weeks.
Now we're not even paying the VIG after this week.
No, what does that make us? 19-15? I mean, yeah. 20-15 would be 57%. So we're close. I think we've probably covered the VIG, and that's about it. But no, it's a rough week. Rough week for the system. Makes me think we're going to have a good Saturday, though.
We're going to hammer it on Saturday, David.
We have hammered the last 2 Saturdays, for what it's worth. Saturday's been a big system successful day for Miller and Moulton.
We'll get into Super Bowl 59 all of next week. We'll cover it in great detail. We'll have reporters from both teams as we always do. We'll have Pat Kirwan on Tuesday and Friday. So we will get nitty-gritty into the Super Bowl. Lee Sterling has already booked
I was going to say,
Friday.
Could you just get to the important one? We are guaranteeing you a winning bet on Friday morning next week because Lee's daughters hit what? 9 in a row on the anthem.
Well, did she hit last year?
Well, they paid out both because the singer double clutched. I mean, you got to admit the singer.
Was that Reba? Right? Didn't she do the?
Was it Reba who double clutched? Who ended
double home of the brave?
Yeah, and then decided, you know what? It's a pretty big stage here. Let me belt it out one more time. So was it over? Was it under on the anthem? They ended up paying out both. So, Mark, to me, that's kind of like an overtime shootout loss, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Like to me, you know, like the Hurricanes are 6-0-1 in their last 7. You know, they didn't lose in regulation. If you bet the anthem last year, you did not lose in regulation. That's how I look at it.
Okay, fair enough.
Quick tangent. I am more convinced than ever that hockey really needs to change its point system. How can you give the same number of points for an overtime or shootout win as a regulation win? It makes no sense. It's not as impressive. It's not as good an effort. I mean, don't you have to award the most points you're going to award for a 60-minute win? I mean, overtime's what, 3-on-3? Then a shootout? I mean, shouldn't that be we give you 3 points for a regulation win? If you win in the overtime or a shootout in a gimmicked up system that we have so we can all go home, I'll give you 2 points. And if you lose in our gimmicked up 3-on-3 or shootout, I'll give you a point. Plus also, like, my team lost a game with 14 seconds left in regulation the other day. I mean, I would love for that to be the difference between 3 points and 0. I'm being very serious. I want my regular season games, and there's no sport I could argue in which the regular season means more than hockey. And you go, well, hold on, there's 82 games. Yeah, but the league gets 70% of their gate or their revenue based on the gate. I mean, regular season hockey is very important to hockey. That's where they make their money, quite frankly.
Okay. Particularly in the last little paragraph, if you will, that you spewed. That's absolutely correct on the money that they make. Do you believe that they're making less money because of the overtime system?
No.
I don't think you can put the two in the same sentence because I don't think they have anything to do with one another.
No, my bringing up the money was I want to make the regular season even more important. Okay, and whether or not you win in regulation, okay, I want it to be the most important thing. I really do. Like, I thought it was cool last year in the final game of the regular season. Who was it playing the Flyers? They needed a regulation, or was it the Flyers that needed a regulation win? And they were tied with 3 minutes to go and they pulled their goalie?
Right. Because regulation wins are the first tiebreaker.
And they needed it.
Right.
They couldn't get the win in an overtime or a shootout. That night, they needed a regulation win. I would love for a team late in the regular season in a 1-1 game to pull their goalie with a minute and a half to go tied because they're like, oh, no, we need 3 points tonight. No, 2 ain't going to do it.
Yeah, that's a lot like the coach going for 2 at the end of the game, David. I don't think you'd see it. I just don't. I think the other side of this, and it's been a while since I've done it, and if I knew you were going to bring this up, I would have spent the entire commercial break figuring out everybody's points, what they are now versus what your system is. Because when I've done this before, there's not been a whole hell of a lot of difference, in the standings, if any at all.
No, I know. People who have done it over the years have figured it out and said, you'd be surprised how little change there is.
Bingo. Because this is not the first time I've heard this argument. I've been hearing this argument since the mid-'90s when Gino Briacco, the head coach of the Atlanta Knights, brought it up on a plane or a bus trip to wherever the hell we were going. So there are many people that agree with you. You are not at all on an island with this line of thinking. The problem is that it doesn't change the standings a whole hell of a lot.
No, and I'm not bringing it up, by the way, because like last year, for instance, the team I rooted for benefited tremendously by winning games in overtime and shootout. I think the Rangers went to overtime or shootout like 14 times last year and got 12 wins. I mean, the Rangers were just money 3-on-3 and on breakaways because they've got 4 or 5 really skilled players and they have a great goalie. So they were phenomenal in the specialty hockey. Okay, this year, for whatever reason, the Rangers aren't going to overtime or shootouts. They're winning or losing in regulation.
22 of their 24 wins are regulation wins.
Meanwhile, the Bruins this year have 7 wins in overtime in the shootout. 7 of their 25 wins are during the gimmicked up part of the schedule. I'm not, Boston's not doing anything wrong. Okay, to me, the Rangers didn't deserve to be the 1 seed last year. They didn't deserve to beat Carolina by a point and win the division.
Is this just all because of how much you hate NHL overtime? Because you hate NHL overtime.
It's not hockey. I'm sorry. It's not. It's not. It's street hockey with Dave Martinez goal hanging, halfway down the block, waiting for me to make a save and one of us to bank the puck off the fence, and then he's goal hanging down at the other end waiting to score. It sucks. It's a joke.
I thought that's where this was coming from. Would you go 4-on-4? I mean, it's going to be gimmicked up no matter what.
Well, come on. At the very least, could we make it? Could you make it hockey? 4-on-4 at least looks like hockey. 3-on-3? Could we at least earn the 3-on-3? Could 6 guys come out and fight? And give us 5 minutes of entertainment and throw them in the penalty box, and then it's 3-on-3?
David, that would require each team to have 3 guys that were willing to fight on it, and I don't know if we have that in hockey anymore.
I don't know if we have one on each team willing to do it. So I'm sorry. I just, it's our poll question. What are you going to watch this weekend? Basketball, hockey, or golf, or none of the above? So I went on a little hockey tangent. My bad.
Do you feel better?
Well, I do. I mean, think about it. Early in the show, we ranted about Urban Meyer and Gator fans, and now this. I feel great.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700.
That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I'll go under, TJ, for what it's worth if you're still there. I don't think they put 2,500 in tomorrow. I don't think anybody knows that there's a game tomorrow.
By the way, to further how big that comeback win was for FGCU and how massive a loss it was for Jacksonville, FGCU and Jacksonville are now in a two-way tie because Lipscomb lost a home game last night that they had no business losing. So if Jacksonville had held on to the 24-point second half lead, they would have a 2-game lead over 4 teams.
Off of this, and I know it's not, but this whole Carmine Marciano financial records and the sheriff in Lee County thing is fascinating to me.
Do tell.
So the Naples Daily News, according to state financial disclosures, say that the sheriff, when he got the job, declared his net worth to be $250,000.
Okay.
That was in 2018 when Mike Scott retired.
Right.
His net worth now is $1.1 million, with $300,000 plus in the bank.
It's pretty good.
Now, part of it's his property value, which all of us have had in the last 5 years. His income has risen, but apparently his net worth also increased as he declared hundreds of thousands in gambling income.
Wow.
I am fat. I'm all in. However this ends up, I don't care.
Should we have him on the show?
Well, if it was Mike Scott, he would have jumped at it. I have no opinions on it. I'm not saying he's innocent, and I'm not saying he's guilty. I am just fascinated by the story.
Well, I mean, I want to contact him and say, listen, if you're that good picking winners,
right?
You want to come on the show? Exactly, Guillermo. I mean, if he's that good, we got to ditch Lee Sterling.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, we're just interested in winners. Right, the sheriff system.
Are
the Cape Coral Police allowed to sponsor the segment with the sheriff of Lee County? Is that a conflict or no? Or is that just really supporting the guy?
I don't know. Sheriffs are going away. The Lee or Collier County. Cape Coral goes away in February. So we have openings.
Oh, right, on the show. That's right.
We have openings.
I was going to say, what's happening in the city of Cape Coral? What's going on? I signed up for one story on a website, and I've unsubscribed for a month, and I'm still getting emails. That bothers me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 till we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com. Get your tickets for the March races now. Swampbuggy.com. So what are you watching this weekend? First weekend without football since mid-August. I don't know if you realize that or not. So we got basketball, we got hockey, we got golf. There is a NASCAR race. Unfortunately, that has to be, it's an exhibition, and so it has to be under, none of the above. So what are you watching? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. Get 10% off. We start in 1920 when the Quebec Bulldogs center, Joe Malone, sets an NHL record with 7 goals in a 10-6 win against the Toronto St. Patricks.
7?
7.
Damn.
Joe was a player back in the 20s. 1950, President Truman publicly announces support for the development of a hydrogen bomb.
I'll tell you what. That Harry S. He wasn't playing around. He dropped the atomic bomb, and then he said, you know what? I'm not done. I'm going to develop the H-bomb. Mess with us.
1970, a couple of things happened on this day. The Jackson 5's debut single, I Want You Back, hits #1 in America. And you've heard the line, busted on Bourbon Street, set up like a bowling pin. Grateful Dead members and their entourage busted down on Bourbon Street on LSD charges. 1981, The Tide is High by Blondie is the #1 song in the land.
And so were we as a nation, by the way. Man, oh man.
I like Blondie. Don't be knocking Blondie.
And she was high as a kite while doing that too, admittedly. But no, we loved it. We loved Deborah Harry. We were fine. By the way, horrendous song. Awful. I mean, it's a joke. It's so bad. Seriously. Come on. Come on. Do we need to recreate that song right now?
No.
It was
that
awful.
Means you could sing.
Well, that's true.
Not her best song. I'll give you that.
One of her 5 worst.
Could be.
Horrendous.
1988, Super Bowl 22 at Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego. The Washington Redskins pulverized the Denver Broncos, 42-10. Doug Williams, the MVP.
It was 10-0 Denver after the first quarter. And I remember the graphic appearing at the start of the second quarter. No team trailing by 10 or more points has ever come back to win the game. And on the next play, Williams threw an 80-yard bomb for a touchdown.
Today in 1990, one of the great days in American sport history.
Wow.
The first ever publication of the National was today in 1990. An all sports daily newspaper. And I'm telling you right now, we didn't have internet. We didn't have all of the things we have now. There was nothing like the National.
I like the National more than I like Dan and Keith doing the Sports Center at 11 o'clock. I thought the National was amazing. They tried to hire, and in a lot of cases did, the top columnists and top writers in every major U.S. city. They got Lupico to leave the Daily News. I mean, I think they got Scott Ostler to leave the L.A. Times.
Part of their demise is that they paid such a premium for all of these writers. They ran out of money because they couldn't sell it.
Well, Frank
Man,
DeFord,
oh man, was it a great paper.
Frank DeFord left Sports Illustrated to run the National. He was told 5 years you can spend as much as you want. And like 15 months later, they said, yeah, we're out of money.
1993, Super Bowl 27 at the Rose Bowl. Cowboys 52, Bills 17. Your guy, that guy named Troy, was the MVP.
Michael Jackson performed at halftime. I was there.
I should have looked this up, and this is on me. Super Bowl 33 today in 99 in Miami. The Broncos beat the Falcons 34-19. John Elway, the MVP. I don't know what network it was on.
Ooh.
I only say that because it was today in 1999 that Family Guy first airs on Fox.
Huh.
And I don't know if there were any promos for it. And it was a year ago that Caitlin Clark scored 35 points for Iowa against Northwestern, breaking the Big Ten's all-time scoring record. Jersey Joe Walcott, Jackie Robinson, and Ernie Banks would have all celebrated birthdays today. Nolan Ryan, 78. How many innings could you get out of Nolan right now, do you think, David?
Probably 6 1/3.
KC of KC and the Sunshine Band is 74. Doug Peterson is 57. Minnie Driver is 55. And Justin Timberlake is 44. What did I miss, David?
I don't know because you threw me with the whole. It was on Fox. I just, once you said you didn't know what network it was on, I was done. I was out. I left all this stuff that I have. By the way, 13th Amendment ratified today. Kind of a big deal. It outlawed slavery. Fox, Summerall and Madden.
So Summerall said later tonight after the Super Bowl,
Yep.
It's the debut of Family Guy.
Exactly.
That's the only reason I wanted to know.
40, it got a 40 rating. It do 84 million viewers. Okay, think about that. We're doing like 25 million more a game now. A commercial was 1.6 million. It's 5 times that now. So a quarter century later, you got to pay 5 times more for a spot, and we're adding 1 million viewers a year, Mark, on average, to the Super Bowl. Let's go.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Gloria Estefan, Stevie Wonder, and Big Bad Voodoo Daddy was the halftime entertainment.
Big Bad Voodoo Daddy?
Yep.
Playing swing music at the Super Bowl.
Gloria Estefan and Stevie Wonder.
Wow.
Miami, baby.
For the good, we go to Minnesota, where a New York-based art firm announced that its experts have verified that a painting bought for $50 at a Minnesota garage sale is the long-lost work by Vincent van Gogh. A 450-page report arguing in favor of the previously unknown painting's authenticity was released. They don't yet have a word on what this painting could go for.
So they're really selling this, huh? They really think this is it?
They say, if authenticated completely, they're going to present the findings to a group of Van Gogh scholars and dealers. If authenticated, the $50 painting could be worth $15 million.
Boy, that's the equivalent of like the greatest scratcher ever, right?
You're on to something there. For the bad, we go to Palm Beach County, where just after midnight on Wednesday, the northbound lanes of I-95 were closed because a crash occurred in which a truck spilled over 4,000 gallons of milk on the highway. No cereal or donuts were reported in the crash.
Look at you.
Finally, the ugly. We go to North Naples, where Wilson Belizaire was arrested and charged with grand theft after a shopper at Costco loaded her car with the items she had purchased and left her purse in an abandoned cart. Apparently, Wilson watched the woman put the cart in the corral with the purse and then took the purse. Inside the purse was a large amount of cash, credit cards, a phone, social security card, and other personal documents. Collier County sheriffs used different investigative tools to identify Wilson. He was arrested after agreeing to meet with investigators. That, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, Friday, January 31st, the good, the bad, and the ugly brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Not only are they giving a $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers, there are other jobs available. All can be had at capecops.com.
So we got 4 NHL games tonight. None of them worth a damn. A very interesting game in Tampa tomorrow. Islanders have won 6 in a row within 4 points of the Islanders. And with a game in hand, play at Tampa. Lightning, with the win last night, now jump back into the playoff picture by a point. Every point very valuable with like 30 games left for all teams.
9 teams separated by 7 points for the final 2 spots in the NHL's Eastern Conference.
NBA, 7 games tonight. ESPN with the doubleheader. You know, if Embiid was playing, this would be interesting. But Denver's at the Sixers early, and Phoenix and Golden State late. Phoenix is the 9 seed, and Golden State would miss the playoffs right now. Now, they all are above 500, which, you know, unlike all the teams in the East who are in the playoffs. So West a little better, but okay. By the way, interesting game tonight, type of game that gets you fired. Mike Woodson in Indiana at Purdue, and it's nationally televised, 8 o'clock on Big Fox. Mike Woodson's playing 4 ranked teams in a row here. Might be underdogs in all 4. I'm just telling you right now, Mike Woodson could be fired by Valentine's Day.
And they're a 10.5-point dog. They are not expected to win tonight.
No. I think we're going to have 5 system plays tomorrow. 5. I think Louisville at Georgia Tech is going to be a system play. I think Georgia Tech, unranked at home, is going to be a dog. Wisconsin's at Northwestern. It's going to be close, but I think Northwestern's going to be getting like 2.5 tomorrow.
Agreed.
Against Wisconsin. Baylor is hosting Kansas. I'm unsure about this one. All right. But Baylor's been pretty average. Kansas is still Kansas.
Kansas is going to be an 8 to 10 point favorite in that game.
Right. Okay. Then A&M is at South Carolina. South Carolina is in last place in the SEC. A&M's ranked. I don't know how South Carolina is not a dog. And then, Mark, you tell me, because when you think Big Ten matchup, you think Michigan State at USC.
My first ever collegiate game as a college student was a football game between Michigan State and USC.
USC came to East Lansing?
On Labor Day. Sparty beat them and then would go on and beat them a second time in the Rose Bowl that year.
Oh, little George Perlis, Lorenzo White action?
You got that right.
Nice. What was that, 87?
You are exactly right, David.
So USC at home in SoCal going to be getting points against the 7th-ranked Spartans of Michigan State. We're going to have 5 system plays tomorrow. The system.
Pay attention to Vanderbilt at Oklahoma, but I think Oklahoma will be favored at home in that game.
I agree. That's why I didn't think it'd be a system play. Miller and Moulton, have a great weekend. Thanks for spending this week with us. Obviously, next week we'll get into Super Bowl 59 with a variety of guests. Make sure you vote in our poll question. We're kind of curious. First weekend without football in a long time. What are you watching? Basketball, hockey, golf, nothing. So vote accordingly. And we'll talk on Monday. Take care, everyone.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.